Can you let me know you when you find it hard to speak? Can you let me hold you? I cannot breathe. I cannot leave. I'm in this too. Don't tell me lies, I need your truth. My mind's at stake. Lay side by side, we lie awake. And I don't care if you don't wanna talk no more. I'll force your hand. Just let me know where we both stand. Can I find what's underneath? Won't you let me know you? Break me down and watch me bleed. I just need a moment. I cannot breathe. I cannot leave. I'm in this too. Don't tell me lies, I need your truth. My mind's at stake. Lay side by side, we lie awake. And I don't care if you don't wanna talk no more. I'll force your hand. Just let me know where we both stand. And I'm just wanting you to hold me. And I'm just wanting you to hold me. And I don't care if you don't wanna talk no more. I'll force your hand. Just let me know where we both stand.
Dust in the sunlight. Hear the waves and you harmonize. They say I'll know it when it feels right. Well, everything is golden the moment that you open your brilliant eyes. Your brilliant eyes. Find the space between the raindrops. Never brace, just shrug it off, shrug it off. Hold my face when I feel lost. Everything is golden the moment that you open your brilliant eyes. They are on the highway. It'll be alright. Dance on the skyline. It'll be alright. Outside of time, 3,000 miles away from my view. Ooh. Speak your mind with a laugh that knows. Something told me to follow your brilliant eyes. See inside what I'm afraid of. I might hide, but I'm not giving up, giving up. Leave me alone, you know I'll meet you where everything is golden. The moment that you open your brilliant eyes, lay on the highway. It'll
Good morning, everybody.
close to you. I can't get close to you. I can't get close to you. I can't get I can't get close to you. I can't get close to you. I can't get close to you. I can't get close to you the way you want me to. Caught up in my mind even when I try. I can't get close to you. 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 I can't get I can't get close to I can't get close to
morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2022 Safetember conference from FEM. My name is Ayanda Manyaka, and I'll be your MC for today. In terms of housekeeping, if you could please have your cell phones on silent so it doesn't interrupt our speakers. We will have an opportunity for questions after each speaker, so we ask that you either, for those that are joining us online, that you post them in the chat, and we will have a mic for those that are joining us in person. Welcome to all the directors, colleagues, and everyone within the construction industry. We appreciate the time that you took to be with us today, and we look forward to going through some of the interesting topics from today and how they impact our industry. Without wasting too much time, let's get the rest of the housekeeping out. So to my right, your left, that's where the emergency exit will be. And then the bathrooms are on both sides. So there's bathrooms on the left and the right as well. If you have to take a call, that's really important. We ask to please excuse yourself and take it from outside the conference room so that it can be, so we can continue until you return. And for our formal introduction and a welcome, I'm going to hand over to the video from our CEO, Ms. Ndibo Manyonga. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to our Safetember conference. My name is Ndibo Manyonga, and I head up FEM. For those of you who do not know who we are, as FEM, we provide workmen's compensation cover for the construction industry, and we operate under license from the Department of Employment and Labor, who have entrusted us with this responsibility. So what it means is that if you are a construction company, you've got the option of taking out your workmen's compensation cover, either with FEM or the State Compensation Fund. We have over 6,000 employers who have made the decision to take out their cover with FEM. And in turn, we cover more than 300,000 construction employees. So just to say a little bit about Safetember, this is an initiative that was launched by FEM in 2015 with support from the construction industry. And our aim was to use the month of September to really shed light and focus on health and safety within the construction industry. So every year, we have got the pleasure of partnering with a number of different speakers on topics regarding health and safety that are informed by the trends that we see amongst the accidents that are reported to FEM. And just to note to everyone that our health and safety statistics are available on our website. Unfortunately, as FEM, we receive a number of reports on an annual basis regarding accidents that have happened in the construction workplace. And sadly, when we review those accident reports and we engage with the people that are involved in those accidents, whether it be the employers or the employees, or indeed those who witnessed what happened, it is sad for me to state that it is quite evident that a lot of those accidents are preventable with the proper planning and foresight. And we do believe that it is therefore possible for zero harm to be achieved within the industry, with everybody rallying together to preserve the lives and livelihoods of these vulnerable workers who operate within this industry. It is for this reason as well that this year we have launched our campaign called Zero is No Accident. And through this campaign, we are rallying all industry stakeholders to say, let us work together to be extremely deliberate about reducing and in fact, eradicating accidents in the workplace. So I really would like to ask all of you to join us in this campaign, which you will hear more about later this morning. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our speakers for today, who have willingly and voluntarily given of their time to come and engage all of us today on pertinent issues and topics regarding accidents in the workplace. And what I hope is that all of those who are participating today will be able to take away something that is valuable, that they can go back and implement in their workplaces and discuss with their colleagues. I honestly believe that we can achieve zero harm, and that if we all work together, we will definitely get there. So thank you once again. I hope that you enjoy the conference.
Thank you. That's our official welcome. And thank you again to our speakers for volunteering their time to be with us today. And we hope that there's a lot of valuable information you'll get from today. To introduce our first speaker for today, Dr. Natalie Skeppers. Her areas are governance, risk, and compliance, and a compliance specialist. She has a PhD in engineering management from the University of Johannesburg, an MSc in health and safety, and a master's in philosophy degree in HIV and AIDS management. As a consultant, Natalie leads and collaborates with various experts to deliver sustainable business and personal results. Natalie runs many training courses in South Africa and is a seasoned motivational speaker. Her specialist subjects include leadership and management, coaching, change, emotional intelligence, and strategic planning, and a range of soft skill courses. She has delivered several peer-reviewed papers nationally and internationally. She has acted as a technical author, a consultant editor, and a peer reviewer for a wide range of safety publications for safety journals and conference papers. Natalie's career has included roles such as a non-executive director and services on several boards. She is able to combine her extensive real-life experience and a high-level training and qualification to offer first-class service to her clients. Please help me welcome Dr. Natalie Skeppers.
Good morning, everyone. Where's the part where it says she's simply the best? I think redo that, please. No. Come. They didn't do a good job. Thank you, Ayanda. You read it just the way I told you to. Perfect. Okay, I just want to check the room and I want to greet some of my colleagues. I see Jessica at the back. We've met again. And we have the ex-inspector of labor here, Tibor Sana. Can we give him a hand? 32 years of service. Get up. Stand up, Tibor. So they know that you've gone grey for a reason. If you don't know Tibor, then you are not a South African. So he's now the ex-inspector of labor. And then I just want to clarify something. I didn't volunteer to do this presentation. Sanjay bullied me. He's got some stuff on me. So I said yes with, that thing in your heart saying, okay. Right. All the housekeeping cleared up. So I'm a bit nervous, even though I've done this a million times. You know that you don't get used to speaking in front of a crowd, right? So if I make a bit of mistakes, just forgive me. And Afrikaans is my first language, so don't tick me on E's and R's, asseblief. Right, so we're going to talk a little bit about psychological safety. And someone must just give me a 5-minute sign because I can stand here the whole day and not move, right? So I just need to know my time, right? And when, what we talk about when generations collide. So I'm not going to embarrass anyone, but if you, between the ages of 40 and 50, just wave because I want to focus on that group. I'm assuming it's most of us other than Jessica. And Tibo's probably above that, right? When generations collide, so there's a lot of information out there around the 5 different generations. And I'm not going to try and educate you around that. You can do the research yourself. But because we are in construction, I need to mention that things have really changed. We don't do construction the way it was when they built the Empire State, right? There's a whole history as to how they did the steel, the construction, and the mortar or the concrete, the way it was laid. And guess what? That structure is still there. But it cost a lot of people their lives. It cost a lot of money. And then looking today's setup, there was probably no technology and the ingenuity and things like that. So things have really changed. If you had to go anywhere, I don't know if that's load shedding, but I can't see my things here, but it's fine. If you had to see anyone sitting on a beam like that in today's setup in construction, I know all of the safety officers here, you just want to give a red card. You won't even give a yellow card. And that's how we wire it. We go into compliance mode. You can't do it like this. It's not allowed. But I'm a disruptor. I'm always the one that says, why not? Why should we do it that way? That's why I wanted to check the age gap here. I think I was born in a different era under different circumstances, and also the upbringing. Tibo and I were discussing discipline in the home. It's also your upbringing, how you were told, don't do that, don't touch that. And then you become this, either the extreme left or the extreme right. But yeah, that's where construction started changing. And we then have a lot of rules, a lot of legislation, and a lot of codes and standards and practices and conventions that we sign with the ILO, and the World Health Organization is involved, and the United Nations, and everybody. So we have to adhere to some of these practices, and then within the organization, we come up with our own policies and our own rules and so forth. And one company will say theirs is better than the other, and we, in my case, make up things as we go along, right? I told you I am. So it's very difficult, because you may want to tick all the boxes and get your compliance, but then you're not in it by yourself, because rules do not apply to everyone. People say, no, you can stick to the rules, but bend them a little bit, or be flexible is the next thing. Just stay next to the line, but don't cross the line. And we see accidents like what we saw with the truck driver, right? So there's a lot of pieces of legislation. Now I just want to do some checks. Tibo, you're not allowed to answer any of this, please. And there may be a reward for the person that's correct. How many regulations do we have under the OSH Act currently, right now? I'm not talking about what's coming today. Regulations, how many? And I want to see a hand. Put up your hand and say, come on, guys, I'm not going to talk to myself. How many? Yes, ma'am. What's your name? Amanda? Right. I think she's about right. Tibo, can you moderate? 22. So for the next person that names them, I'm going to give you this book. That's most how life works. You can't just say 22. Okay, who wants to take a chance? That's one of my books I authored. If you can name them, it's your book. You want to take the chance? No, you must know your stuff for sure. I don't want you to embarrass yourself. Okay, let's say if you get to 15, I will, 15 is okay. You want to try? You want to come here? Come quickly, 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 quickly. There we go. You guys are shameful. You're letting the lady take the cake here. Okay, quickly. Start anyway, as long as somebody counts. You said 15.
Okay, so it's on. Okay.
Yeah, quickly.
General administration regulations.
You don't have to say regulations.
Okay.
Just say general.
General
Or you can say
machinery.
GSR or whatever.
Okay. Okay. General safety, general admin, general machinery, electrical installation, electrical machinery, lead, environmental regulations for workplaces, hazardous biological agents. Yeah, I just got to carry on.
Almost there.
Driven machinery regulations. How many is that?
You got 4 left.
Okay.
9.
Hazardous did I say hazardous biological
No.
agents? Hazardous chemical agents? Asbestos regulations? Construction. How can I forget that one? Okay. And then also diving regulations, facilities regulations.
There we go. Give
yeah.
her a hand.
Thanks, guys.
Wait. So nobody said, when I started this thing, I didn't say you can't help her. So that's how rules work. Right? There we go. Come here. This is for you. And my pleasure to give it to you. Do you want to take some pictures? Thank you. What's your name? Thank you, Lorna. Lorna's shaking like a leaf like me. So that's how rules work. I didn't say Lorna mustn't get help. I didn't say you can't help her. Y'all just made up things the way y'all wanted to there, where y'all sitting. So the winner is at the end, Lorna, because she had the guts, she had foresight, she saw the vision, she trusted herself, she trusted me because I could have been taking her for a ride. And that's how life is. You know, there's no such thing that it's stone, it's in concrete. And that's why we have regulations. And the regulations, as we said, when I was a labor inspector back in the day, was written in blood. Somebody had to do what Lorna did so we can get the regulations. So I may have one or two other books, but I don't know. What was the last regulation written or published? Yes, sir? I don't know. Thibaut, can you moderate, please? I'm asking questions that I don't know the answers to. Hey? HPA? I say like as in today. HPA agents changed to? Right. But my point was that you got to be in top of your game, guys. You can't let me keep on asking the inspector, and that's what some of you do. A lot of us don't know the rules of the game, but we're in the game. I mean, it's not like rugby. I think rugby, they change the rules every time I try and figure out what the hell is going on here. Then suddenly there's this and that. So I don't get involved in sports because I'll lose it. Right. So that research shows, and I'm not going to read everything because I really just have 40 minutes left, that today's average work in the construction, and I Googled this, I don't even know where, I didn't source it. So that the average worker, obviously in the US, is about 42, maybe the age groups in this room, because construction is no longer sexy. And if you look at what's happening in the market, and I'm happy Mr. Webster's here, there's the construction mafia, and being a chairperson in my previous life as the CIDB chairperson, you have all these issues with people wanting 30% of that, and they want to not play fair in the game, and there's treasury and all that if you're working in government. But the average worker is about 42. Now we're trying to say women must get in the space, but there's not real appetite. So what does that mean? The ones that come in, maybe come in with an attitude, they come in way, oh, we'll do it because there's no other jobs and we'll just do it as a moonlighting. Or the ones like us that are in the game, we understand the rules, we understand the game, we really want to make an impact, right? So because construction is not for sissies. Ask me, I don't think I last long in that space. But then now the collision course happens when the different levels of generations in technology is introduced with the different generations, right? So what does this mean? I'm not even going to mention the traditionalists. They are really out. The last traditional employee died last week and she was buried yesterday. May her soul rest in peace, the Queen. She was, I think, the oldest employee in the world, I think, at 96, right? So then we have the baby boomers, those that were born in 1940, and the timelines may differ here and there, so don't worry about that. Then Generation X, right? That's my generation. Ons vat die nonsense, so we were told, right? And then the millennials, the ones that want to change the world, the ones that don't want to understand your rules, and I'm getting there, where the technology collides, where there's issues in the workplace with your policies, like I've said earlier on, in Generation Z, and now entering Generation Alpha. Those are they're still 10 and 11, but they already have an attitude, they already know everything, they were born with the devices in their hands. You'll be sitting with them, you're talking, and then you make a statement like, oh, Michael Jackson was 51 when he died, and they're already Googling to see if you're right. And then you must just be off 1 year, and it's a big argument. So they are the knowledge information kids. By the time they enter the workplace, you better know your stuff. We're talking about 10 years. So if you're going to work still another 10 years, looking at our ages here, we're in trouble, right? So what is the psychological safety? Why are we talking about it? We've come through COVID. A lot of had some hard knocks. Some of us lost people. Some of us lost family, friends, money, weight, picked up weight. Some of us may have even gone mental because you had to cope with all the isolation from work, the isolation from family. And you cannot say that you are the person you were in 2020. And maybe some of us even lost money. Some people lost their jobs. So back to psychological safety. What is it? It's the belief that that one will not be punished or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, or mistakes. So if you have a concern about something, you made a mistake, but when you work in a safety environment, we don't want people to make mistakes. Zero is the ultimate goal, right? We don't want people to say that, oh, it was human error. We want things to run perfect. And you know that we are human beings. Things don't work the way you plan it. Things don't work the way you think it should work. And nobody wakes up. I'm sure everybody here had problems with the traffic this morning. Nobody wakes up thinking it's just going to be, I'm going to fly through and I'm going to be here. Just with me this morning, the technicians asked, hey, where's the other document? We didn't upload this and that. Luckily, I had foresight. Being a seasoned person, you heard, when they say seasoned, it means you're really old, right? You in the game, you know that you must walk around with your devices, double up. Sometimes you make copies, sometimes you come with 5 presentations. So you know the story, you know that backup is key. So when people are under the impression they can't make mistakes, they can't bring suggestions because of the culture in the organization, because the boss you're working for, the people you're working with, backstabbing and the liars and all that, then you can't be safe at work. You keep things to yourself and you think, right, I become a check collector. You resort to that. I think I skipped. Psychological safety empowers employees to take risks and speak their minds. Now, I don't know if this has to do with your upbringing, the way you, but I'm generally that person. People that know me personally will say, I shoot from the hip. I speak my mind. But it can't always be that I do that, because you can hurt people by saying things you shouldn't. You off the cuff, you're saying, why is your shirt so like funny? And you don't know, maybe this is the only shirt the person has. Or you're saying to your co-worker, where's your boots? Why do I see you wearing these safety boots Monday to Sunday? Maybe that's the only boots that the company's issued, and now the employee, it's their church, work, and play boots. So it can't be that you can just rat off your mouth and speak things. But in the workplace, we're supposed to have that camaraderie situation where I can say to my boss, I don't like the way we're writing this procedure. It's too onerous. It's not going to work. And I've been there, guys. I've written marijuana policies where I could see this thing is not going to work for substance abuse testing, because it was just the order of the day. The bosses wanted, and there in itself, it failed because procedurally we were not doing things correct. We were testing people. It wasn't for cause. It wasn't after the incident. It was becoming a witch hunt. So you do things because the law says, but you don't sit around a table and discuss it. And we are afraid to make suggestions, come up with new ideas because of that person in your circle. So it does happen. So what does psychological safety actually entail? And I'm just going to read some of them because I want to get to a point. It's the support, but most importantly, I think the organizational culture. If your culture sucks, it sucks. Don't even try and call it something else. If people are always being blamed for things, people are not honest, people don't do their work, if the organizational culture is there where there's no leadership, and leadership is not situational leadership where somebody's being appointed as CEO, now he's the leader. It doesn't work like that. Leaders are people that pick up the torch and say, let's make a difference, right? It's civility, respect, competency requirements. I've been in work situations where I know the person doing this work shouldn't get this job. And you probably think like that sometimes as well. How did he get the job? Oh, he's white, she's black, she's female, she's that. The competencies, and we are not willing to say something about it because now that person becomes a disabler in the team. But how are you going to address it? How are you going to confront your colleagues and say, but the work we do in this space as safety officers, safety professionals, this is not quality work. You are not showing up. You're not giving quality work back into the team, and so forth and so forth. And how do you address it? Growth and development, recognition and reward. There was this long, long, long debate for many, many years, and I still stand by my point. Should health and safety reps be awarded for doing their work? My answer is no, and I'm not going to debate it. I told you I'm like that, right? So I don't know, maybe the ex-chief inspector has a different views, but I say no, I have my reasons, and I can talk myself out of it, and I've experienced it. That's why I wrote the book, right? Because you can't pay someone for a service. Unless you want to tip them, it's a different story. But when you are offering your service and you're paying them, you're now kind of close to corrupting them in their minds, their work ethic, their attitude, and so forth and so forth. So that's just one example about rewards and recognition. Involvement, influence, work management, engagement, balance, 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 balance. It was hectic during COVID because I didn't know if I was coming or going. I actually went out, and I'm not kidding you. I bought 10 pajamas. I said, I'm no longer going to buy anything else. I'm just going to sit in pajamas because then you're having meetings at 6. Then you're having meetings till 6. Management could not draw the line because we were all trying to find ourselves. And in my case, serving clients. Then somebody wants to connect. I have one client in Singapore. Now they want me to connect 2 o'clock in the morning because it suits them. So at some point, you're going to have to draw the line. But how do you do that? You can do it with a policy. You can speak up. You can have a conversation. But it can't be, this is the new order of the day because you choose that, because you want that. We are professionals and we need to behave like professionals. If you are leaders in your area of expertise, you need to show up. You need to be the example. Even if it's going to cost you that next promotion, even if it's going to cost you maybe the next increase. But let me tell you, when you get to the other side, it works itself out. I have example after example after example where I could be ostracized because of my mouth. I could be ostracized because of my thinking, because you don't like what I'm saying, because I'm forthright. It has happened. You don't get that deal, so what? And then I move on. But it does work out eventually because the end of the day, as safety professionals, I don't know your rank, I don't know your file, I don't know where you are in your organization. Your credibility is what is important. If you say to someone, I'm going to be there 10 o'clock, 10 past 5, 5 past 10 is not 10 o'clock. And I'm a stickler for timekeeping. I can't stand people that don't respect my time. I'll switch you off there somewhere else. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. I got the psychological protection. So you must let people respect you, and you need to respect other people, their time, their jobs that they do. Just because they're mixing concrete doesn't mean they're not adding value to the organization. And don't let this rank and file thing get to your head. Because today you're something here. I'm a board member somewhere else. I run a massive organization somewhere else. But that doesn't get to my head because they can fire me tomorrow and tell me, and it happens. Somewhere in cabinet, they decide, no, we don't want Skippers anymore. She's a troublemaker. So I'm not married to that. But the one title they can't take from me is my independence and the way I think and my contribution and the value that I bring. So that they can't take. They can take everything else. And maybe my doctorate, because that one I didn't steal. Yeah. Protection of physical safety. And this is important. So just, there's a lot of topics I could have brought in here, but I want to speak about the workplace violence because it touches on even sexual harassment or harassment, cyberbullying. Workplace violence, if your employer does not ensure your safety in the space that you're working, even if you have to go and do work in another office, another province, and that becomes a problem in the workplace with your colleagues, outsiders. I worked for a bank many years ago, and an employee's husband breached the security. He came into the building. We were on the 9th or 10th floor. I can't remember the details. And he came in with a firearm and he shot his wife. And they had a dispute around maintenance, which is not unnormal in this country. He didn't want to pay maintenance, so he thought it's best, let me go shoot my wife in public so everybody can see. I don't want to pay 500 a month, you know? So he came through, he breached the security, and this bank security is tight. How he got through there, I have an idea, but anyway, he was there. So it became, it's sort of criminal because he was carrying a firearm and this and this. How did he breach that security? Technically, the employer must make sure that you are safe from other people if you're in a high-risk job, and also from people that are not supposed to come to the space of where you're working because of disputes. You know the story with the nurse that was shot outside of a workplace. So workplace violence, it's not only a crime thing, it's a workplace issue. So if there's no barriers of entry and barriers of securing you and making sure that when the mafia comes and they're clapping civil engineers and stuff around, there's an issue there. For me, that's a reportable incident. But what we do, we bring the police in, they're going to say, maybe we can talk about it and this, and that thing never goes anywhere. We can't collect proper stats. I want to refer to an incident in Richards Bay where this Nico Swart was shot, and there's a lot of stories that is attached to this. It was published. He was on his way to work, and they actually had an industrial action dispute. I think they were going to reduce the numbers at the company and all that. So they were waiting for him, wherever they are. I'm not sure how far the case went. They shot him, they killed him. So do you report this to the Department of Labor? Do you report it to compensation commissioner so that the wife can get pension? And all those questions come to the fore. And I remember a colleague called me and she asked me, Natalie, so I said, report it to all the authorities, because if the one is going to give an issue, of course, the insurance is going to pay out. But we need to start recording workplace violence, in my view, because it was directly linked to the job he was doing. But that was just one example. And then there was a lady at Eskom. She was also killed at the substation, working alone. And there was no systems in place to ensure that while she's working at the back in a substation, that people phone her, the supervisor checks up on her, she's actually okay. And there's a lot of these isolated incidents that we just say it's criminal, but it's linked to the workplace. So just quickly, I do think you're going to get the slide, so please don't write anything down. It's better that you pay attention to me. Thank you. So psychological safety, what is it? I'll just take the one, comfortable with admitting mistakes. And that's why when people are not comfortable, they lie. They lie in inquiries, they lie everywhere, because they don't want to be caught out. Because if they caught out, you're going to punish them. There's no retribution or reconciliation. You just want to punish employees because you think they're supposed to be so perfect. And it doesn't work like that. Fear of admitting mistakes is the opposite. And there's many other examples. So generations in terms of they like work. When I talk about millennials, because that's the focus group, they like work, they want to come to work. But if we make it untenable for all of us, all of the above, because we are already settled, we're close to getting out of the system. They like work, they want to participate, they want to contribute. But you can't write things and policies and standards in the corner and not involve them because it affects them. I related a story many, many years ago at a conference, and I hope some of you haven't heard this before. But to cut a long story short, we were busy employing a candidate. He was already on his third interview, and the individual had sort of figured out he's like the guy, he's going to offer him this job. But I have to keep my poker face and, you know, make sure that he doesn't read my body language, because we want to employ him. But this man came in, this guy's, he was 25 then, I don't know where he is at the moment. He came in with a lot of attitude. And I'm like, I don't do attitude well because I'm attitude number one, but he broke me. So the first thing he did, he started arguing with us about medical aid. He said, why should he take our medical aid? Because his mother's paying his medical aid. The second thing he said, why should we take your pension? Because I've got Alan Gray. I mean, when I was 25, I didn't know who Alan Gray was, you know. He said he's got shares with Alan Gray and he'll take out a pension plan. So we go through the motions, and it's this up and down, left, right, and center, and he's challenging every policy in the organization. So we leave it, and then finally we make him an offer. And do you think he took it? Who says yes? Who says yes? One person. Yarr. Are you guys scared of me? He took the offer, but before he left, he had this. He said, I'll be back and I'm going to be doing some more changes here. And I'm like, yarr, what the hell? So before he left, he says, by the way, I just want to find out, when I join the organization, where do I park? I'm like, you're this guy, you know. He says, where do I park? I said, where everybody else parks, outside. He says, yeah, I did notice that the executives and the board members and everybody else parks in the basement, and you'll actually have names, but you'll never hear. But it's okay. When I join the company, I'm going to change it. I'm going to change the situation. And I'm thinking, yeah, whatever. We'll see. So then 1 or 2 months pass, he joined, and then I get this petition. The organization is very small. There's about 86 people. They all signed the petition. You can't get them to sign a petition for a vending machine that they needed, they wanted, but they all signed the petition to say the parking must change from being reserved to executives, all of you that have fancy jobs, Webster, right? To first come, first serve basis. So one of the things that disturbed me about him is when he came one morning, the one interview I saw him, he was driving a skadonk, man. And in my head, I'm like thinking, why do you need parking? That car's already falling apart. So just stay in your lane, stay where you are. You know, we must protect our cars. But he came with a petition. The petition said, y'all got fancy cars, y'all never here, you're always late. Why do you all need parking? We need to protect our vehicles. Did we approve that policy? Who says yes? Okay, these are all the millennials. Webster, you would have fired them, right? True as whatever, we approved the policy because that guy came and he shook the daylights out of that organization. Not just with that. We've never had 86, even the cleaner signed it. People that don't have cars. I said to the one lady, you know what, I organized this job for you. I made sure that they interview. Now, why would you? She says, no, I'm also going to have a car one day. And I'm also going to be here early and I'm going to need parking. So they are going to come, and they are coming, and they're going to shake the foundations of all your safety policies, all your HR rules that you have written, that you haven't thought about the next generation and the next kid on the block that's coming through the doors that you're going to employ, right? So anyway, we then changed the situation, and guess where the executives are parking now? They had to park outside because he was right. They come late. We're not supposed to be placeholders. We only come there quarterly. Why are we having parking anyway? It was an unfair system, and he detected it. So don't be fooled by thinking the stuff that you have in place is okay. It's not okay, and you're going to be challenged to your core. Let me tell you something. I'm not someone that loses a battle easily. I was ripped apart in my heart because I was the chairperson of HR, and I couldn't believe this snot cop is telling me where to get off. Anyway, so we've passed the traditionals and now retired. What you don't want in your system is people that say it's not my job. You want people to be engaged. You want workers, employees, interns, students, whoever is in your organization that must be thinkers, they must be creative, they must be problem solvers. In fact, in today's interviews, I sit on a lot of interviews. One of the questions, if you ever come across me, I don't ask you, tell me about yourself. That's an old fashioned. We don't do that, Sanjay. I say to you, are you a pencil or a pen? Then you must see they're now falling around. The one picks up the pencil and says, here's a pencil. I said, no, I asked you, are you a pencil or pen? It throws the whole dynamic out because now they're like stuck. This is our generation because now you don't know how to respond. You don't know what to say. If you say you're a pencil, it means you can erase things for you, but if you pen, you're solid. There's no right answer. I just want to see if you can reason, if you can convince me, if you can fool me, it's even better. If you can convince yourself, much better. So you have people coming through and they like for 5 minutes falling around because they can't tell you if they are pencils or if they are pens. Kobus, as jy 'n pen of 'n potlood? Hy's 'n iPad. Hy kan nie skryf. And because there's no right, no wrong answer, you then think, sorry, meneer, I can't employ you. I don't care how many degrees you have. That's how the world of work has changed. And they turn the question around. Remember, you have to ask them, is there anything you would like to ask us? I've been in interviews where the one person was so personal. I was like, yeah, that's for all the nonsense you do, because you think when you're interviewing, you have the upper hand. And I'm like, why would you ask me something? It was so personal and I had to answer. So anyway, it gets to that stage. So why can't my managers get my staff to comply? This is what the bosses ask. You guys are asking. Why are they not getting? It's because sometimes they even don't know what the rules are. They don't have trust with the staff. They don't have trust with the employees in their space. So if you want to ask a lot of things around why people can't comply, you need to ask the people that are not complying, why can't he get them to comply? That wasn't complicated, right? So managers didn't and supervisors didn't agree on safety goals or standards. One supervisor would enforce a rule and another wouldn't. It's common in construction. So when there was a bit of research done, this was the responses. So you get one that's flaky and the other one wants to enforce rules. So you can't do that when you have newbies coming in, when you have Generation Z and Generation X. They're not going to understand. If I'm a rule-based person, I want the rules to be followed. Now, other people are going to be confused because some of the training we do is not structured. Some of the training is on the job. Some of the training is, as you go along. And some of the training you get is from what somebody told somebody, that told somebody, that told somebody 10 years ago. It's not written rules. Like for this example, why do we reverse park in some entities where we go to? Some organizations. Can someone please tell me? You reverse park with the front facing forward, but you're parking at a bank, for example. Yes, ma'am. So that's the excuse. So the assumption is, I can't drive myself out of there, or I'm going to get in the car when there's an emergency and I'm going to need to be forward facing, and all of us are going to be forward facing, and all of us are going to drive out at the same time. And how's that going to help in terms of expediency? So I'm not being funny, guys. Sometimes you come up with such dumb rules and it irritates me. Now I drive a very big car. It's not mine, but I got it, so I have to drive it. It's not a sponsored car. It's not FEM's car either. Now I must figure out how I'm going to park this car. And at most, then I take up 2 lanes because now I just don't care about your rules and I can't park this thing. So it's not my fault. Then somebody wants to come and a security wants to come and tell me how to park. And I say, brah, have you got a license? No, then keep quiet. Don't tell me what to do. So, and then it has the other thing as well. Then employees keep quiet. They check out. They check out. There is in South Africa, there is a big, they call it the quiet, I can't get the other word, quiet checking out. People are quietly checking out because they don't trust you. They don't trust that they can tell you things. They don't trust that they can take you into confidence. So they check out and collect checks. It's not just in government. I work in a lot of other buildings and departments. Yo, I'm even off my, is that 5 minutes? 10 minutes. Okay, cool. Let me move on. So let me just move up. So the baby boomers are the ones that are now 77 years. Some of them should be in the workplace. Yes, because they can teach us a lot. They can pass on. But our attitude is all about ageism, and I'm not into ageism. I want to learn from any and every person. I don't care how old the person is. If he can teach me to have manners, if he can teach me how things actually work, I'm happy. But what we are doing, we're saying people must exit. We don't have to have them off the payroll totally. They can become mentors. So do yourself a favor and go watch that movie, The Intern. It's actually very nice to see the dynamics between the two play out, and how the owner of the business, which is the young, can't get your name now, Anne Hathaway, is learning from Robert De Niro. Basic things, and his answers are very simple. Yes and no, and not much. Functions best in a hierarchical environment. Those are the older guys. So they want structure. They want to know this is how things are happening. I spoke to a lot of older workers during COVID, and they were battling. They wanted to go to the office. They didn't know how to help themselves. Never mind the technology. They were battling with the space. They were battling with understanding now, how do we talk to one another over a computer? It's not real. We want the human interface. So there's a lot of other things. And one other thing with the older generation, we like titles. So you'll see that someone will always be, when you used to go to people's offices, meneer so and so as a kantoor. And that's okay. I always say to someone, what do you want to be called on your business card? Write it down. If it makes you happy and if you're going to be productive, scribe net what you will. But I'm not changing your pay. As long as you write whatever you want on your business. So then, yeah, this was a joke I saw. 73-year-old Charles finally gets his first job. So it's okay to have older people in our workplace. We're just going to have to handhold them, teach them technology and what needs to happen next. Okay, Generation X, that's my generation. We are good collaborators. We like opportunities. We want choices. We want flexibility. Now look at your schedule, your work schedule at work. You must come to work 9 to 5. If you tell me my job is from 9 to 5, I will switch off my computer 9 to 5. Don't phone me afterwards. But if you tell me I have a flexible, I'm willing to participate, I'm willing to work, I'm willing. So get out of that mindset that people must all comply. But there is one other thing. You got to trust the individual. You must make sure you're not letting the person get all the rope and they're not competent, they're not being trained, there's not enough information for them. You can't let them, onto themselves. So that's it. I'm just going to skip some of them. Work-life balance. This is what I was talking about when we were sitting during COVID, and it was just relentless. All this meeting requests. Sometimes, I'm not going to kid, I was running 3 meetings at one time. So don't go and tell other people what I told you. I'm in a meeting, I'm chairing a meeting, and I'm listening in because it was just too much. Everybody wanted that date for you to do something. And then sometimes you're able to manage, sometimes you drop the ball. But we have to learn to be better at work-life balance and say to your bosses, you guys are all bosses here, I think. No, I can't do it. But how are you going to learn to trust that people will do the job? You want a connected employee. You want people to come up to work. You want them to show up. You want them to contribute. Don't worry about what car they're driving and where they got the money from. None of your business. Stay on the employee level. Stay interested in what they are supposed to do at work and contribute. Nothing else, unless they volunteer. So, and it's also defined as an individual's perception of the consequences. What's going to happen? Because some rules I said are very not clear. So if I do something wrong, I think the consequences may be that, because there's no conversations. People don't speak about consequence management. Only in government do we talk about consequence management. And it happens a lot. People do get fired, they get displaced, they get demoted. But other than that, yeah. So that's the generation I'm talking about, my generation. If you don't line up, ons gaan vir jou klap. But remember, there's consequences. I said to Tibo this morning, we're talking about singing, and I said, one of the values I have that I've adopted is do not sin in your anger, because you can never come back from that. Okay, that's now a bit drastic. I know none of you are going to come up here and smack me. But let's not sin in our anger, in our words, in our deeds, because you're going to regret it. And to come back, and you're going to hurt your reputation in saying things to employees that we're not supposed to say, questioning maybe their work ethic, and it's like you weren't at work, but the person was at work. Maybe the device didn't work, right? I'm going to move on. So then we talk about millennials. I've spoken a lot about the millennials, and I actually gave you a perfect example of things to come. I want to skip that. What we need to do is increase employee engagement. What is employee engagement? Please, it's not a WhatsApp. Don't send people WhatsApps 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 2 o'clock in the morning. They're here in the room. I'm not going to say who, because they can't sleep. So now you get a ping. Okay, maybe I should take my devices somewhere else. Don't abuse employees. You need to engage them. Have a conversation. Ask them for coffee. Okay, make sure it's not in a corner, so then you're not being told you are busy with sexual harassment and whatever. But have conversations with employees. Don't send people WhatsApp. Where do we get this thing that a WhatsApp is a message? And now then the blue tick thing there. If it comes up, yeah, I know you've read it. I know you read it. So what do? We take off the blue tick story. Now it shows delivered. But now I believe there's also one where it can block you out where you can't see nothing, right? And then I'm disengaged. You can send WhatsApps all you want. And this is how people want to manage staff. You don't do that. In fact, I have an employee right now going through discipline. They told me, this is my phone. It's not a company phone. So whatever message you send me is null and void. And I have no case. No case, because it's not a company phone. So what do I do now? Because I know that I've sent documents, I've sent stuff, and I've learned my lesson. I am not going down that route. I thought I was making things expedient. It's caught me. And if a person comes back and says, this is not a company phone, what are you going to do? Right. So just be careful with that. Also, cultivate trusting environments where employees feel free to speak in their minds. If you can't have a free speech environment, create a suggestion box. Anonymous. I want to tell you this funny joke. My husband is English, right? You can hear from my accent, right? I tell everyone this and he's not impressed. So, but he's not here, it's okay. So he speaks English. He's from KwaZulu-Natal. They speak proper English, English and Zulu. So we're driving through back many, many years ago. We were dating and we're coming through Beaufort West and Worcester and whatever. And I luister na RS here because he wants to learn Afrikaans. And then I fall asleep. I don't have time to listen. I want to take it up wherever I can. So when I wake up, he says to me, you know what, love? I don't understand the people in this place where we drove to. Everybody here is called anonym. So I said, yeah, what is anonym? It's anonymous. So people phoning was saying, oh, this is anonym. So, so yeah, just thought I'd let you into my world. I also have issues, you know. Right, so with Generation X's and Millennials expectations, there's a lot of expectations around how you're going to treat me at work, how you're going to provide for me, what are you going to give me? It's about me, which is fine, but it has to stop somewhere. I'm not saying now you must throw out the rule books. I'm saying evaluate because they are so entitled. Blame us. It's our kids. We're giving them everything, iPads, iPad 1. And now I saw with one of my cousins' kids, he's got an iPhone 14. I said, I heard this phone is like 30, 40,000. Why would you do that? Oh, no, it was just fine because that's the latest technology. So this is the entitled group. And when they come to the workplace and they see that dinosaur on your desk or you're giving them an old laptop, they're going to ask, why are you giving me this? I need an iPad. I don't want this technology. They're going to say, but I need parking. They're going to say that this what you giving me is not going to work. Even to the extent that why don't I have access to Facebook? They want access to Facebook. They want to do Facebook, WhatsApp, all of that stuff in work time. And what are you going to do? If they're saying that this is how I function, right? I need to finish now. Generation Z, we're not going to talk about them because they literally just entering the workplace and then alpha. So I want to move on to something interesting. I've said enough about that. Okay, just to show you that technology's moved on. We're now in the fourth industrial revolution. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about was digital issues. You're going to have to get to a point where your policies must be reviewed in lieu of what I've said, right? All of above. You cannot have policies from 1969, 1979, 1989, 1999, 2009, 2019, because anything after COVID, as far as I'm concerned, and I do a lot of audits, inspections, they do not make sense. They do not apply. Just one example. What is the definition of a workplace now? That's all I'm going to ask you. Workplace premises. What's the definition? It's in the act. Okay, Thibaut, can I ask you for help? Because this is not something I expect people to actually know it to detail. The definition of a workplace is now what?
It's where work is carried out.
Okay, so Mr. Webster saying it's wherever, however, where you do it now. Isn't this what the millennials were saying? I can do my work on the toilet. Why are you worrying me? Now you have sent people home. You've told them to go and work at home. Have you given them a letter to say now they must do audits there, inspections? Are you going there to go and look? Are you doing inspections? I have a client that I had to actually do a checklist for, long checklist, because I wanted to make sure employees are not sitting on boxes. Even like if it's their business. And if you come there and there's 20 people in the house, how is it their business? But we've sent people home. We've told them to go and work at home, but you have not changed your policies. So if my fridge door falls on me, is that an incident? She's coming now to tell me I must go. I'm asking this group of people because this is going to bite us in the backside. All of us work at home at some point or stage. But when we come back to the office, you don't want to have those same behaviors. If I say, no, I want to go sit on the grass and work, why do you change your mind? But you don't check where I do my work at home and come and see if I'm sitting on the grass. Unless you're going to come there and do an inspection What about your inspections, incident investigations? Has that fallen by the wayside? Do you treat employees that work at home the same as those that are in the office? No, you don't. So we actually a bunch of hypocrites because your policies are only for workplace, which is defined. I don't know if you've changed it, and a vehicle, because the vehicle still remains that. Okay, I need to finish. So you need to review your policies. I've told you why. Because it's not going to be same. We're building smarter cities. So construction is changing. I've been to Singapore. I've been to many countries where I don't even know if this is a ship or if it's a house or what. But you're going to change your mindset when you give input in terms of the design phases so that safety is incorporated in those things. And don't let the architects tell you, you must come afterwards. When there's a design on the table, you need to be first because you need to make sure that safety, you know, the hierarchy of control, it's outlawed in the beginning, not with PPE, right? We're looking at different buildings. I just wonder how are they going to clean that building? It's nice, it's green, but when the shrubs become shrubbery and grow out like, you know, a hairstyle, I was just wondering as a safety person, I wonder how they're going to clean it. That's just me. There's a lot of other questions, right? So technology is going to impact, and this building is going to be built in Cape Town. So we're looking at that. Then there's IA, and there's Internet of Things. Does that mean we now have to throw the safety file? And I know you guys like safety files. I don't do safety files. If a company calls me and they say they want a safety file for a tender, I say, yeah, I can do it for 100,000. I know they're not going to do it. I switch them off right there because that's nonsense. You can't do a safety file when you haven't seen the risk or the hazard associated. So you have all these people, some of you as well, you'll have safety files even before ground is broken. And a scandal like what you'll do. It's a shameful thing. We need to correct our behavior. I do not do. If you want to pay me 100,000 and for copy and paste, great. I'll take your money. I'm not going to be shy about it. I'm now 50 and over, so there's two things we like talking about, money and something else, which I can't mention here. There's small kids. So have you automated your processes? Are you still walking around with 50 files? You can't. Your company will have to give you an iPad. Ask Ubers. Okay. I'm going to go quickly. Then there's other things where in terms of Internet of Things that are connected, artificial intelligence, factory-built homes, modular housing, as we call it otherwise. They build a house somewhere else, they bring it here. No, but I think the attitude is you want the bricklayers to brick and pile on one brick at a time. It's outdated. You can save some incidents there. I don't know why this thing changes. Now, this is interesting. Exoskeletal employees. Do you know what that is? It's like an extra body. So instead of you getting injured, you put that thing on for lifting, so that thing does the lifting, the robot. I'm just passing quickly. You'll get the slides. Autonomous vehicles. I will never, ever get one. I don't trust the electricity situation. And I don't trust, just now I'm supposed to go to Cape Town. Somebody hacks the thing and I find myself in Cairo. 3D printing. Guys, 3D printing is important because we're building houses now with the modular things with 3D printing. So your construction mindset must change. It can't be bricks and mortar. Ah, darling, you don't have to take pictures. You can have my slides for free. They've paid for it. There's a house that was built with 3D printing. And there's a machine packing the bricks. You know all about this. I don't have to tell you. So who of you have gone to management and said, hey, man, I know it's going to impact on the labor, but at least have one. You don't have to fire all the laborers. Have one that can pack that while we save the guy's back and all that. And then innovative materials. So that brick, if it breaks in the meantime, it self-repairs. You can go to Agreement South Africa's website. There's a lot of good work they're doing. Millennials. Okay, I'm going to move on. My last slide, just break the cycle. Break that block. Let it fall and then we build it up again. But don't be afraid to change things. And then there's some material that I promote. I do psychological safety training. And that's it, guys. Sorry that I took 5 more minutes than I should have. Thank you.
think we can all agree we would have loved for you to continue for another 20 minutes, but we apologize that we have to cut you short. So we'll open up the floor for questions. One question from the floor. There is a mic that is around. So does anyone have a question that they'd like to ask Dr. Natalie?
Okay, so if you're gonna ask me my numbers, some guy asked me my number and I gave him my bra size. So don't ask me my number. Okay, what's the question?
So the first question was, we saw someone got a book today, and they'd like to find out where your books can be found and what the names are.
Okay, so you can come to me and I've got a boot full of books. You can come buy it from me. Just speak to me. The book's not available on exclusive, but it's self-published, so that's how we roll, right? Entrepreneurs, guys. I'm an entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah. We have another question from someone online. They wanted to get your advice or your take on weaponization of health and safety, both from an employer and employee perspective. So the comment is, this has historical roots in the labor struggle, but continues within the construction industry and has not been resolved. It cuts across all psychological ages. So it's really the weaponization of health and safety and both.
Weaponization.
Yeah, weaponization.
I don't know, what is weaponization?
We can assume it in English. However, I would like the person who's posted the question just to clarify for us. Is it looking at it from context of what's happening with?
I don't know what weaponization means. Can someone help me? See, even PhDs don't know nothing. There we go. You mean like the with the sweep? I'm still lost. Okay, so I'm not getting it. So weaponization, you want to help, Tiba? Thank you. Why you took so long? I'm sweating here.
I think what you have is a situation where the employers treat health and safety. If I didn't get the question, but I'll answer you anyway. If you're weaponizing health and safety, it's not something that an employer is obligated to do. The employer is going to use it to basically, if you don't do X, I'm not going to give you what you require. So if you want that, you must do this. So the obligation falls away and the employer is weaponizing health and safety as opposed to doing what is required. Again, it's not an entitlement or anything like that. It's an obligation on the part of the employer. To answer the other issue of a workplace, the workplace is clearly defined. Any change to the workplace today that is not captured in the legislation is problematic. You cannot assume a workplace is any other work area unless it's clearly stipulated. So you'll find, for example, when we went through COVID now, there was a disjuncture between what was captured as a workplace in the compensation in COIDA and what was in the Occupational Health and Safety Act. So we were able to transition on the health and safety side, but on the COIDA side, they had to wait till they changed policy in order to encapsulate what a workplace is within the current environment. So we have to be careful that we don't make assumptions that something is what we think it is if the legislation doesn't specifically state so. Thank you.
Thank you. There we are. And it's nice to have friends in high places. I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. I will be sticking around and, mingling with guys outside. So if anyone wants to chat to me afterwards, then I'm available. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Dr. Natalie, on behalf of FEM and everyone who's here in the room today, we'd like to thank you. It has indeed been a very informative session.
Thank you, Noma. Thank you. And I'm not going to tell them what's in here. It's a brown envelope. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, Thank you again, Dr. Natalie. It was very informative, and thank you as well, Nama. To move on to our next speaker, so there is an additional item on the program which I'll present after the current speaker. We've got Mr. Kobus van Weengaard, and he's from the South African Forum of Civil Engineering Contractors, SAFSEC, and he's a National SHEC advisor. So he has a master's degree in business management and a diploma in operational risk management from the Da Vinci Institute, and is currently studying law at academia. So he's currently working for SAFSEC, like I said, and he's a member of the Department of Employment and Labor Construction Health and Safety Technical Committee. He's been in the occupational health and safety field for over 18 years, so across different generations within construction. His experience is in various construction disciplines, so from civil works, road works, building works, manufacturing, mechanical, and electrical. He has developed a risk management program that assists companies in the improvement of their health and occupational health and safety performance. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Kobus van Weengaard.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you very much. So thanks again, Natalie, for having to follow that presentation. Very informative. Thank you very much. That was awesome. Yes, with regards to my topic for today, risk reduction. So when we think about risk reduction, and it has so many different fields, but in terms of why do we need to reduce risk, if we think about it, if we think about our major issues that we have in organizations, etc., whether it's financial, whether it's occupational health and safety, whether it's financial and so forth, it is risk. And in order for us to reduce that risk, we need to take some steps, and we need to make sure that our management with regards to the reducing of that risk is adequate. So when we have a look at that, I'm specifically going to focus on the health and safety side of risk management. So safety, health, environment, risk, quality, all of these factors in the industry of our workplaces is really something that we need to take seriously. Because when we take these factors into consideration, without these fundamentals, as an organization, if we don't manage these aspects, we're going to make mistakes and incidents will happen. And as we all know, one incident is one incident too many. And, with controls in place, without the controls in place, we are doomed to fail. And that's why so many organizations worldwide put management structures in place to manage these aspects, and such as our SHEC management systems, risk management systems, and so forth. So organizations, in order to try and minimize the amount of incidents on sites, etc., has also developed their own safety management systems within their organizations. And they get ISO accreditation for it as well, to validate the contents of these management systems, to show that it is at a certain level within a world-renowned quality system. So various resources, including financial inputs, goes into the allocation of trying to improve an organizational SHEC performance. Am I correct? How many thousands of rands, if we just take the COVID, for example, everything had to change. The financial implications of occupational health and safety within the workplaces today has drastically changed since 30, 20, let's call it 20, 30 years ago. All right, and it's changing on a daily basis. Why? Because people are being more vocal, as Natalie explained, the various levels of different categories of people, as our different millennials, etc., are asking questions. They want to know more and they want to challenge. So safety is becoming more important. So when we think about safety campaigns, all right, a lot of companies are implementing safety campaigns, such as poster campaigns, publications, videos, etc. These things have been extensively used within, especially the construction industry, over the past couple of decades even. And what was the main purpose? The main purpose was to train people. It's for educational purposes. It was also to try and get people's attitudes changed towards safety, and to encourage workforces to work in a, let's call it a safer way. Unfortunately, Cooper found that these numerous safety initiatives have been used throughout, especially the construction industry, and specifically trying to improve a safety organization safety performance. But unfortunately, research has shown that a lot of these safety campaigns either has got a very short effect on the actual people's behavior and attitudes, even if there is any effect at all. And unfortunately, these campaigns, etc., do cost a lot of money as well. So when we talk about risk reduction and the risk reduction program that SAFSEC has developed, is when you we look at 5 different constructs. And research has shown that all these 5 constructs, and I'm talking about leadership, we're talking about culture, the physical environment, people's attitude towards safety, and people's behavior towards safety. These constructs have been proven to be interrelated. You cannot purely focus just on one aspect, such as behavior or just culture. We've seen many culture programs. We've seen behavior programs. We've seen housekeeping drives on sites, etc. But these things are interrelated. You cannot forget about culture trying to just focus on about behavior. Or you cannot try and change people's attitude towards a working environment without a company's organizational culture actually driving the way for that. And how do you do all of this without effective leadership within your organization? Who are leaders? Is it just management? Is anybody a leader? Can we develop our leadership skills within our teams, in our workplaces, and within our managers? One of the biggest aspects, when we have a look at a couple of definitions, I'm not going to go through it in detail, but it's important to know, like we said, culture is top-driven. An organization's culture comes from the top and it needs to be lived. As the UNESCO definition, etc., just in brief, it is lifestyles. It's a way of living, value systems, traditions and beliefs of people. That's a culture. And how does that fit in within your organization? The physical conditions out there, the conditions that the people work in on construction sites. It has been proven that health, or let's call it that as a project or a site that is clean and orderly and where the housekeeping is in order is a safe workplace most of the time. So behavior. Cooper refers to the behavior as the actions or reactions of a person in relation to their environment. Can you see the environment actually links on to how people behave? What is their behavior in relation to that? Their attitude, where, as Pannenberg and Cooper agree, where it's a psychological construct. So it's not something physical. And an individual's attitude is the norm in which individuals think, feel, behave concerning a specific situation or topic. Again, it's linking to what does our management do? What is our culture? How do I react then to that? What is the condition of the project? How does that affect my behavior and my culture? And the leadership within our organization, how does that all support that? We talk about leadership, and within the occupational health and safety perspective, if we think about leadership, how much of it is actually the management of people? That's what we do most of the time. How do we manage people? How do we convince them? Why do they need to walk on that, within that parameters that are stipulated within the working area? Why do they need to wear their PPE, etc.? How do we manage people within our workplaces? Like Natalie has mentioned, we've got all these various generations, and each generation gets influenced differently. So there isn't a one size fits all. And our effective leadership, to be able to create an effective work team, needs to have the skills to be able to influence our people working within their teams or within their work groups. They need to know how people are being affected by the way that they do things, the way that they act. Emotional intelligence, we've heard that. Our management skills. All of that plays a very integral part in how do we influence people's attitude, their behavior, and it visualizes the culture as well. Safety management. I've already mentioned, companies spend a lot of money in terms of safety management, putting very detailed procedures, etc., in place on how to manage the safety within the workplaces. What policies to follow, what procedures to follow, according to which ISO standards they need to comply with. So we have to look at the role of our organization. So when we want to decide how are we going to affect or influence the risk within our organizations, we first need to find out where do we actually fit in. Because taking a look at our people that are working with us and having a look at where we stand and where we want to go. So when we take a look and we start at the bottom left-hand quadrant of the slide, we're thinking about walking apart. So that is where you've got staff that are actually completely disengaged from the organization, and our leadership is just ineffective. We then get the top left-hand corner, the walking in front, where we've got staff that are actually willing and able, but our leadership within our organizations is ineffective. Then we've got the walking behind quadrant, bottom right-hand corner, where we've got our leadership that is actually on par, but our staff is disengaged. And then the last quadrant is where we want to be, and that is where we are walking together, where we've got effective leadership and engaged staff. That is the workplace where one can move into. So if you place your company within, or your organization within any one of these quadrants, remember the walking apart, then your organization is like in the Dead Sea. You won't go anywhere. There's nothing taking place. Or where you've got the staff that are engaged, but with this ineffective leadership, you are like a bonsai. Yes, the company will grow, but very slowly. Or the bottom right-hand corner, with effective leadership, but disengaged staff. Yes, the company will move forward, but unfortunately, like the Titanic, if you don't fix that issue with regards to getting the employees engaged, you're going to hit an iceberg eventually. Where we want to be world-class, where we actually get our people engaged with effective leadership. So, as I mentioned, managing people. Natalie mentioned the different categories. Here's another category. But within every work team, there is 3 different categories of people. So we've got our engaged staff. These are our people within our work teams that are actually willing to go the extra mile. They want to be there. They want to give their 110%. They go the extra. We've got our disengaged staff. We all know these people, that we've all got them in our teams where they are there day to day. They want to do the minimum and just get the salary at the end of the month. Please don't phone me after 5 o'clock. My phone is off, or I won't pick it up unless it's an emergency. So that's our disengaged staff. Then we get our actively disengaged staff. These are actually the people that they will go out of their way to make life difficult for the project or for the team or the company as a whole. So the Gallup poll working population graph actually indicates that in every work team or working organization, that on average, you've got at least about only 11% people that are engaged in your work team, wanting to go the extra mile. 76% of them are there to just do what is written on their job description and nothing more. Give me my salary at the end of the month. And then 13% actually, so there's more actively disengaged people than engaged employees. We need to change the way that we are thinking. That's where our leadership comes in. That's where our people management comes in, where we take all these different categories of people, and we make them work together in an effective working management team that is working towards a company goal that is there to go forward. So in order to do that, sometimes we need to look at ourselves a bit, and we need to think about the paradigms in our organization, and we need to sometimes change some of those paradigms. We often think that the solution is out there somewhere. But when we actually think about it, sometimes the solution is within the company. We might be carting the wheels inside instead of just actually putting them on. If we think about some paradigms of the past, the way people, their perspectives have to change. So in the past, a guy like Charles Duell, the director of the USA Patent Office in 1899, said that everything that can be invented has been invented. Imagine that guy's face now. Thomas J. Watson, the chairperson of IBM, 1943. I think there's a world market for about 5 computers. Ken Olsen, the president of the Digital Equipment Corporation, 1977. There is no reason for any individual to have a computer in their home. Those people had to change their way of thinking. And in a global economy and a changing world with technology in the 5th industrial revolution, we need to change the way that we do things. So the risk reduction program that I've talked about, that looks after those 5 different constructs at the same time, has been implemented on various projects before. And it is shown that both on long-term and short-term projects has been able to make a significant difference. Just in terms of one of the projects, even though it was a long-term project, it was quite a large project. Even though the amount of hours went up to 900,000, over 1 million hours per year, the number of incidents has remarkably dropped, allowing for the all incident frequency rates, etc., to consistently go down even after the program has been implemented. And that's where we want to be. We want to implement a program that even after it's run its course, that it still has an effect. So as soon as your campaign, your initiative has ended, it still needs to deliver. Short-term projects in a very short space of time, purely 5 weeks, managed to have an organization on that specific project where the team's average compliance from 65% increased to 81% compliance within 5 weeks. And this is the people actually doing the work on the ground. The guys, as they always say, the guys on the coalface. The people that are actually the ones that are getting injured and how they are improving the way that they do things. And actually learning. That is what it's all about, is what do we learn? Why do we do things? So in conclusion, so companies can be proactive when it comes to injury prevention. And there's many ways to do that. As like we said, there isn't a one size fits all. All of these things are important, but it necessitates the effective leadership through the management of people, including culture, resources, structure, communication, employee behavior, employee attitude, and thinking. We need to take all of these things into consideration when we want to have effective risk reduction within our organizations. These type of initiatives can assist organizations to improve at the end their safety performance. And we all do know about the actual cost of incidents. As we mentioned, one incident is too many. All of us want to go home, our employees want to go home to their families and to provide for them. And with a great sponsor like FEM, you know, willing to go that extra mile to assist the industry in achieving the objectives of zero incidents. It's amazing. And we can move towards that. So, and the SAFSEC risk reduction program has been developed for purely that reason, to collaborate with this whole initiative. and to make the change and to have that effect. So if anybody needs to have any more information regarding how to actually reduce risk in general, please, I'll be around as well. You can contact me. My contact details is on the screen, and I really appreciate the time and thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Kobus. Before we take the online question, I want to get questions from the floor. Can we get a mic here?
Thank you. Kobus, your table that you had on the third last slide, I think it was, that table indicates in some areas, I think there's very few areas where there's a consistent climb up. Now, week 1 to the last week, there's a program that you put in place, and there are steps that you're obviously putting in place in order to ensure that you have a reduction. However, even though you show an 81% improvement, some of the areas there, and it would be good if you could actually put the table up. Some of the rows that you have show a fluctuation and doesn't show consistency, and that is in quite a few areas. So that 81% would be more anomalous from the point that there are those that are consistent and those that are inconsistent. So what are the challenges that you faced with throughout the program from week 1 to week 8, I think it is? What are the challenges that you faced with, and why do you have a drop-off in some areas in week 8? You have a sort of a taper off in the last couple of weeks. Why is that? Have you determined that? And if you're talking about influencing culture and so on, then you shouldn't be having a taper off. It should be a lot more closer to your sort of a datum, or closer to 81%, which is not the case. Thank you.
Yes. So when we whilst running the program, so the reason why you'd have those taper offs, etc., is what you do is on a weekly basis, you go to each and every specific team that actually does the work. And as we all know within construction, these guys don't just work on a construction site, possibly just in one specific area for the entire duration. So when they move on to a new different area, as they would progress through the project, etc., what it will include would be when they've basically just started on a new project or a new area within a specific project, and they need to ramp up the level of compliance of that specific area within the project. So that's why there might seem to be fluctuations, but then that correction will happen within the next week as the teams. That's why it's a living project. While the program, and because it's not just a one point of view project, it is on a weekly basis, it changes the whole time. And what's greatly important is as teams change, new teams come in, teams dynamics change, where they, for example, initially did brickworks, the next week they might be doing pipe installations and so forth. So the dynamics change, and that's why the program is so effective, due to the fact that it changes with the actual site dynamics, because it doesn't stay the same. Construction sites, as we all know, every single day is almost something different, but we try to make sure that the certain requirements that needs to be complied with, yes, needs to be complied with 100% of the time. But as teams ramp up into new areas or new employees join the project, etc., that's where you will still get that fluctuation until you get those guys on board to make sure that they get onto the same level playing field. Yeah.
Thank you for that question. Online question: how do we address situations where management don't want to play their part and don't provide resources in terms of mitigating risk?
Well, I think when it comes to management and how management actually plays their part, what we can do as employees is we can bring the issues to their attention as much as possible. We can, and actually make sure that it's how can I put it, physical, something that has got photographic evidence or anything like that nature, or something written down, something that's tangible that has been brought to the attention of, and normally when the one manager doesn't want to comply with it, there's normally a manager above him, etc., that the issues can be brought across to. Even the safety departments within the organizations and so forth. So there's always, don't just get despondent when the first person says no or doesn't react. And what you can do is like they say, is, you know, safety is your own responsibility, and the law is on your side when it comes to, you know, not allowing a person to do anything that is visually unsafe. So you can't force a person, but as we all know, the workplaces are difficult, so there is certain steps that you can take within the organization. The Department of Labor is there as well if it needs to actually get to that extent. But there's always a route that you can take.
Thank you. So the other question is also in terms of risk reduction, and I think in your answer now you covered a little bit of that response, and is, are we able to shift the risk if an organization cannot necessarily manage the risk, which I'm hoping the answer is no.
Yeah, hopefully if you find a situation where you cannot manage the risk, you need to put your heads together, find an innovative way to either work around it, and to assess what is the risk and what is the tangible risk that you need to get away from. And like I said, you know, there's a lot of experts out in the field, and if you are bogged down and you getting a new pair of eyes to have a look at a situation probably sometimes comes up with a different idea of how to manage it differently. We've seen that within construction, where the way that we do things gets changed by technology, significantly removing some of the risks that are inherent within our construction projects. So there's always a way and mean to have a look at it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kobus. Yeah, thank you, Noma. Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation.
Thank you.
On behalf of FEM and everyone who's in attendance today, Kobus, thank you so much. We appreciate the knowledge that you've shared with us and the effort you put into the presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
As I mentioned earlier, there is an item on our program that is not going to reflect on yours, but it will on mine. We've got Mr. Webster Mfebe. He's a multi-award-winning CEO from the South African Forum of Civil Engineering Contractors, SAFSEC. He's a member of the Global Council of Conscious Leaders, and he's accumulated a wealth of knowledge and senior management and leadership expertise during his 42-year career. So we can already tell which generation he's part of. He's been in mining and construction, engineering industries, broadcasting, and politics. He has addressed a multitude of local and international events on political and economic issues. And he's also contributed to business intelligence and social commentary articles in various publications. He's well known, amongst other things, for his relentlessness in terms of fighting the violence in construction sites disruptions and for advocating for meaningful transformation within the industry and the country as a whole. Please help me welcome Mr. Weber Mfebe.
Program Director, industry colleagues, and distinguished partners in health and safety, good day to all of you. Firstly, I would like to thank the FEM CEO Ndivuwa Manyonga and Dr. Sanjay Manu, in addition to all involved in the arrangement of today's Safetember Health and Safety Conference, for according SAFSEC an opportunity to make a presentation and also allowing me to make a few remarks. SAFSEC and FEM have established a collaborative partnership with regards to the battle against incidents and accidents within the construction sector. A partnership that is built on strong and mutually beneficial relationship dating back many years. SAFSEC, just like FEM, is constantly attempting innovative ideas to minimize incidents and accidents within the sector. And as a consequence thereof, we have developed a creative and bold initiative of which we are very proud, the SAFSEC Risk Reduction Program, as presented by my colleague, the National SEC Advisor, Kobus van Veengaard. Thanks to you, Kobus, for your creativity and solid work ethic. We are very proud of you. Prevention of incidents and accidents is about preserving livelihoods and lives, without whom the economic development of our country will be impossible to achieve because of all the factors of production. Human capital is the pivot around which all other factors revolve. Therefore, the achievement of zero harm in the workplace is an imperative and obligation that each and every leader, each and every ethical and conscious leader and organization must embrace wholeheartedly in word and in deed. In order to further strengthen and deepen the partnership between FEM and SAFSEC, it is our desire to see the SAFSEC risk reduction program replicated in the multiplicity of workplaces of FEM policy holders in particular, and the broader construction sector in general, following a successful pilot with impressive results at some of our member companies, as Kobus has already indicated. I also wish to take this opportunity to appeal to all those who are not yet FEM policy holders to please join FEM, and those FEM policy holders who are not yet SAFSEC members to please join SAFSEC, so that together we can traverse the exciting journey towards the achievement of health and safety excellence in the construction sector. SAFSEC, as a leading and the most conspicuous voice in the construction sector, will ensure that all matters affecting the civil engineering contractors are properly highlighted and attended to, from issues ranging from policy and regulatory matters to violent site disruptions, work availability, non-payment for services rendered, just to mention a few. It is not easy to confront and convince angry young people who are poor and unemployed to abandon violence and work within the law so that we can have safe working places free of an ever-present threat of violence. But we are slowly winning the battle as incidents are going down compared to the past. For example, at the height of these violent disruptions in 2019, we lost in 1 year 110 engineering and technical staff who left their country for greener pastures overseas. What we are seeing now is that copycat business forums are mushrooming in new areas to close the gap left by the legally compliant business forums. Please, colleagues, report these to the relevant authorities for appropriate action, but we continue to address violent site disruptions with relevant stakeholders in order to ensure safe workplaces in the construction sector. Lastly, I would like to thank each and every one of you present here today for attending and placing high value on health and safety of your employees. I thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for those that are joining us from home, we're going to take a short tea break. If we can be back at, just want to make sure I've got the right time, at 11. So if we can just take a leg break for those that are joining us online, and within the room, if you can just step outside for a few minutes and grab a cup of tea, and then we'll be back at 11. Thank you.
Then I dream the dream of you running into my arms. The sun is waiting for the moon, like I wait all day for you. When I see your eyes full of stars, I know this is the best part. 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 Oh, oh, when you do to my heart. This is the best part. 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 Oh, oh, when you do to my heart. This is the best part. Hear the echoes of your voice chasing me down the hall. If you call out my name like it's a piece of art. When we're together, it's meant to be. I love the way you love me. We laugh, we smile, here we are, we know. This is the best part. 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 Oh, oh, when you do to my heart. This is the best part. This is the best part. This is the best part. This is This is the best part. Waking up, sleeping in, afternoon, daydreaming with you. Spending time taking the view. I love everything we do. This is the best part. 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 Oh, oh, when you do to my heart. This is the best part. 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 Oh, oh, when you do to my heart. This is the best part. You are 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 the best. Breathing underwater isn't hard. I try deep inside to find you. Breathing for the life I once tried to find, 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 once tried to find. Breathing underwater isn't hard, I try deep inside to find you. Breathing for the life I once tried to find, 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 once tried to find. Promise, baby, I'm not crazy. Yeah, the high is worth the pain. So before I break, baby, fill me up, baby, fill me up. When I disappear, you won't even hear how my heart is stuck. So baby, tell me up in pieces. I don't need a reason, I don't need a reason. Only in it for the world, feed it to my knees, feed it to my knees. Baby, take my beating heart, save it from the freeze, save it from the freeze. I don't need a deeper meaning, feed it to my knees, feed it to my knees. Baby, tell me love. Baby, tell me love. Baby, tell me love. disappear. If you feel it, I mean, your face it. Just be sure you know the deal. Don't try to find me to start this thing over. Don't be sorry.
Welcome back, everyone. If we can all just settle. All right, to continue with the rest of our program, just want to give it a moment for the room to settle before we proceed. Our next speaker is Dr. Sanjay Manu. He's the Chief Business Development Officer at FEM. He's got a PhD in construction management, an MBA, a diploma in mechanical engineering, and a BCom degree. He writes articles for the Sheikh magazine, Sheikh Management magazine, and he's a member of the Institute of Mechanical Engineers and the Insurance Institute of South Africa. Dr. Sanjay Manu has over 18 years of experience in the risk and financial services industry. He started his career at Alexander Forbes and is now the Chief Business Development Officer at FEM. He's a fellow chartered member of SIOSH and the president of SIOSH since 2017 to date. He's held several leadership positions, including chairman of the board at the Workers' Accident Rehabilitation Center between 2012 and 2014, and as well as the chairman of the FEM Management Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sanjay Manu.
At FEM, we care about the quality of life for injured workers and dependents. We champion health and safety for the benefit of all policyholders and society. So that's the vision of FEM, and it's something as an employee I'm proud to be associated with. And many would ask, as a quieter insurer, is it not being oxymoronic to a certain extent that we're trying to prevent accidents and not pay accidents? But certainly, from my experience when I joined the organization in 2010, I've engaged with a number of injured workers, and that's the sad part about it. You know, the presentation that I will go through will show you the statistics, but it doesn't show you the tears, the desperation, the depression, the post-traumatic stress disorders that these injured workers go through. When we hear of stories of our pensioners who have lost limbs, who are quadriplegic, paraplegics, and having to spend the rest of their lives in a wheelchair or on crutches. It doesn't talk to that when we see the statistics. The topic is zero harm possible? And I think from my perspective, from a research perspective, is to have a very robust sort of outlook in terms of this mantra that we see in many organizations that's been practiced. So part of my presentation will go through the initiatives that we've implemented from an FEM perspective, and we'll go through the statistics, and then I'll give you an overview of the research I conducted with Professor Smallwood. Okay, so from an FEM initiative, FEM health and safety initiatives, we've implemented a number of factors to try and reduce the number of accidents and fatalities within the construction industry. We have grant recipients, the Master Builders Association, SAFSEC, IOPSA, BBCBE, and many other organizations that we partnered with. In fact, of recent, we've appointed the Institute of Work at Heights, and certainly it's making a huge impact in terms of changing the tide of working safer. We have the FEM Construction Health and Safety Committee, which was established, and this committee takes place on a quarterly basis and attended by all the grant recipients. In fact, on the FEM Construction Health and Safety Committee, we have our CEO, Mrs. Ndebo Manyanga, who also provides innovative ideas and also direction in terms of the committee as well. Okay, so some of the aspects that we're focusing on is the percentage level of health and safety compliance at construction sites, and it not necessarily only starts from the management at FEM or the employees, but also at the board of FEM. And so there's definitive areas that we need to focus on. And also when we talk about the level of compliance, what's been established is that the level of compliance in the urban areas is far higher than that of the outlying regions. So I think certainly from a government perspective, from initiatives to educate the contractors and employees within the outlying areas, a lot has to be done from that perspective. The process to engage and target construction workers to prevent accidents. We're implementing strategies to prevent serious accidents, to reduce the annual growth of pensioners, which we continuously add onto our books, and looking at the dependents as well, from widows to children as well. It's unacceptably at a high level. We also then analyze health and safety accident trends and prevention that's implemented, go through occupational health and safety legislation and regulation. We then established the FEM Health and Safety Think Tank, and we thought this will be a great initiative where we've approached the professors from the top universities within South Africa. We have Prof. Innocent Masondo from the University of Johannesburg, Prof. John Smallwood from the University of the Nelson Mandela University. We have Prof. Theo Harp, and we have Prof. Fidelis Emius, and of recent, Prof. Rajan Naidu from UKZN. So one of the initiatives that we are embarking on is to establish a health and safety publication that we will be able to share out with all FEM policyholders and the construction industry. And also of interest is to note that when we have professors, and it's also noted that the level of the articles or the journals that they present are not necessarily understood by the wider construction industry. So certainly we'll be looking at having pictograms and very easy to understand articles in that magazine, and hopefully we will be implementing it in 2023. The health and safety training courses for SMMEs, and what we've identified over the years is that we have Safetember conferences, we've had a webinar series during COVID-19, and certainly the individuals who attend these events or watch the webinars are more your health and safety managers or health and safety practitioners and people who know about health and safety. So what we're also then trying to do as FEM is to target employees where we could educate them in health and safety so that they can work safer and influence their colleagues as well at a construction company. I think that's where the core functionality of health and safety should start. Health and safety awareness campaigns. We would note that our main campaign for this year, Zero is No Accident, which is spearheaded by our marketing department, Norma, and a team. We have Safetember, we've had webinars, and a number of initiatives in terms of trying to educate our policyholders about COVID-19. Analysis of policyholders with high accident rates. I will take you through that table a bit later in the presentation. Industry and policyholder health and safety statistics. And our statistics is used in many studies. And so certainly from the health and safety think tank is what we've identified is that many of the studies and the journals that are being presented have fantastic and phenomenal thought leadership and studies. However, my observation is that it lacks implementation. So that's another factor we're trying to engage on. So looking at it from a statistics perspective, this is the statistics for 2021 and categorizes the cause of accidents. When you look at the definition in terms of the ILO, they say that accidents are never destined by, or are not destined by, or they're not inevitable, right? So they cannot be predicted as well, but certainly they have a cause. And when we look at it over a period of time at FEM, in 2021, when we still had COVID-19, when the construction industry productivity was still on decline, we still had 56 fatalities. Okay, so that's a major concern. It's incomprehensible in terms of the loss of life that families have to go through, and being distraught, losing a loved one is not easy, especially when we look at the younger age groups of individuals who are dying within construction. And when you look at the statistics internationally, where we say that about 2.78 million work-related accidents and occupational diseases occur on an annual basis globally, we look at 374 million work-related injuries occurring a year globally. A number of initiatives are certainly required to turn the tide of that. Okay, the number of individuals who have been disabled in 2021 was 699. So meaning that if an individual had lost a finger or a hand who's unskilled, would be highly unlikely to be employed in another organization within the construction industry. So we've also then from a company perspective implemented a rehabilitation program that we will speak at a later stage as well. So when we look at the cause of accidents, we can see on an annual basis, the majority of fatalities occur as a result of motor vehicle accidents. When we talk about the highest number of accidents for the period from 2015 to 2021, we recorded 54,947 accidents. Of those, 44% were as a result of struck by and falling onto different levels. So those two particular incidents resulted in 44% of all accidents. In fact, those two incidents also accounted for 35% of all fatalities, and we paid out more than R1 billion in terms of claims costs as well. Okay. So looking at the construction specific experience, when you're looking at it in terms of fatalities, and this is a slide from Mrs. Ndebo Manyanga, who presented at another conference, at the SIASH conference, but looking at it in terms of 1,592 people have lost their lives since 2000. It peaked in 2010 when we had 101 fatalities, and looking at 2010 when we also noted the World Cup that was taking place, the preparation, but majority of the fatalities, more than 60% of those fatalities were as a result of motor vehicle accidents. So it's not necessarily where individuals are dying on site, but certainly on the road as well. Okay. So we're looking at an average of 72 fatalities per year and 6 deaths per month. So I thought it's also quite interesting when we look at statistics, and I may have alluded to earlier where we say statistics don't show the tears, but looking at the description of the fatalities, and this report gets sent through to us by the claims manager. Of course, we wouldn't go through all of them because there's so many per year. I mean, 56 in 2021. As of June 2021, there were as of June 2022, there were 21 fatalities that had been reported through to FEM. So if you look at the age categories as well, the youngest individual on this particular table being 25, who was killed through electrocution. On the first row there, a male, an employee working with a paving team, sweeping through, took a step onto the road, and then the roller ran over him, died on the spot. And I think when you look at the gruesome incident that would have taken place, I mean, looking at the employees, looking at the public who would have viewed that gruesome fatality when a roller had run over an employee, the blood. So the humanity factor of it certainly has a huge impact on society. I mean, I went to a policyholder where they had about 10 employees, and 4 of those employees had been killed in a motor vehicle accident. The company had to shut down for probably about 2 weeks because the employees, the rest of them, were so distraught within the organization. Yeah, so looking at the 51-year-old male, the head caught between the stator and the hood to sustain the crush injury that resulted in the fatality. So can you imagine the people, the colleagues who had witnessed it and then had to assist that employee, the trauma that they would have also gone through as well. And the table continues as well, where in this table, we look at it as well, misfire while drilling, mud covered the employee. And this happens too often as well, where we find that, yeah, I mean, we had a case in KZN where an employee was covered by soil, and the rest of his colleagues tried to dig him out of it, and they couldn't stop. And when they found him, of course, he was dead. So those are the incidents that we have to engage with our policyholders as well. Looking at the claims registered versus the number of employees, over the years since 2000, we've made significant improvement in terms of reducing the accident frequency, which was around 6.82% in 2000. Of course, that has been on decline over the years, and that's through many factors. You know, it could be the initiatives that have been implemented by the industry bodies, and also noting that in terms of looking at the increase in terms of number of employees, that ratio would also decline considerably as well. Looking at the number of claims that we've registered at FEM over a number of years, when we look at it since 2013 to around 2018, or 2019, where we had an average around 8,500 accidents per year. But also looking at this as well, when we talk about zero harm, is it possible? I think certainly looking at it where we could see that we've covered over 300,000 employees at FEM, and around 8,500 employees are being injured, we should implement a number of initiatives that will be able to reduce that accident frequency to zero. So that should be the ultimate goal in terms of the accidents. Not sure why it's not changing the slide. Okay, yeah. So I may have mentioned a bit earlier as well. So in terms of the cost of accidents, when we talk at it from a COIDA perspective, and certainly we know that all the benefits would be paid by FEM. That's due in terms of a valid claim that's been submitted in terms of TTD, medical costs, pension payouts, funeral costs where there's a fatality. But also when we look at it from an indirect or an intangible and tangible perspective, certainly there's a number of factors. When we look at it, the trauma, the income shortage, the children that have to go without a parent, you can't replace that. And when we look at it, life is, you can't, it's immeasurable, right? So I think when we look at it from a claim perspective, from a COIDA perspective, we have all the benefits that we can pay out, but from a society perspective, can you imagine losing a colleague or your neighbor? That has a huge impact in terms of that employee contributing to the benefit of the economy and society at large. Okay, so analysis of employees' accidents, and this is another project that we've embarked on, and we're engaging with our industry or our grant recipients, and we're now able to then identify policyholders where we find that there are a high number of claims or fatals that occur on an annual basis. We can then look at it per region as well, looking at it from a claims cost perspective versus the size of the company as well. So that's important when we're looking at it, where are the main number of accidents being emanating from? Is it the large contractor, medium contractor, small contractor? So that's where we can then focus our initiatives in terms of trying to reduce accidents. Okay, certainly when looking at the number of employees as well has a huge bearing in terms of whether that employee would have accidents, but also bearing in mind that we have a number of large organizations, many policyholders that have had no accidents over a number of years. And what are their recipes, and how do we then learn from it, and how do we then transfer that knowledge to the rest of the industry as well? When we engage with our policyholders, and that's something we also pride ourselves with, we provide them with the information that's going to assist the organization. So whilst we provide the health and safety statistics that's on our website that's available to the public, we also, when engaged with FEM policyholders, we have their individual statistics that we could then provide to them. What are the actual number of employees? How many claims per year that they've had according to the number of employees? What is the accident frequency for their particular organization? And what is the comparative accident frequency for the rest of the class within construction or the rest of the companies that we cover? So it gives them a good indication in terms of how do they benchmark against the rest of the industry, or in particular their subclass. Okay. We then go into further details where we would then indicate what the cause of the accidents was. And if you can look at this particular policy, struck by was the #1 cause of accidents, followed by motor vehicle accidents, and then striking against from 2016. We then look at the claims agents, or what was the claims per agency, what was the cause, what resulted, was it motorized equipment, was it metal equipment? So those are items that companies can then, policyholders who are registered with FEM can then go through and work on as. So when we look at the claims per location, which areas should be focused on? In this particular case, it was the head, face, neck. It was in second place, it was the ankle injuries, okay? And then claims per nature, superficial wounds, where are then the serious accident that this policy needs to be focusing on? Where is the training that's required for the policyholder as well? And also maybe to mention to the construction industry, when we look at the claims costs that we're paying, but also noting that the assessment model has changed, where we will now be increasing the rates accordingly. So from a productivity perspective, from a profit perspective, it makes a huge impact in terms of reducing the number of claims that are submitted through to FEM. I think also in terms of the variation of assessments, we will be releasing the new rebate methodology, but also from a loading perspective, we use as a punitive measure where we find that policyholders have unacceptably high loss ratios. Okay, so the next part of the presentation, when we talk about zero harm, and from a South African perspective, and maybe I'll take my cap off as FEM, but maybe also to talk about the research that we conducted as well, and the relevance of these mantras that it makes, the relevance that it makes to our construction industry at large. So this is the definition, certainly looking at it, how do we exceed safety regulations, right? So where the companies have the luxury of implementing a number of management systems to assist with health and safety, they have the benefit of having these, of being able to exceed these initiatives. But still, you'll find that we have policyholders with the state-of-the-art ISO 45000 2018 system, management system, but still having incidents as well. And looking at Division Zero, and perhaps when we talk about zero, it's all started in around 1960 with zero defect, and looking at production or quality, and then that over the years had transitioned into Vision Zero, and then zero harm, ISO 45001, hierarchy of controls, elimination, substitution, engineering controls. So those are definitive appeal to the health and safety practitioners. Okay. However, when we look at it in terms of idealistic statistics from a country perspective, where we look at these statistics, 134,000 people had died on our roads over a 10-year period, and we listen to the incident that occurred of recent, where 21 people were killed, 19 of them being children in a motor vehicle accident. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, we need a change of mindset, a change of culture within South Africa. And how do we then look at it in terms of the complexities that are facing our industry as when we talk about the mafia contract, not mafia, but when we talk about the economy at large, when we talk about load shedding, how do these factor in terms of influencing our strategies to improve health and safety? So the latest buzzword, and this is something I looked at as well, where they say, okay, zero is no harm, and everybody's focusing on it. And what is the actual safety is being on the ground and trying to convince and trying to influence people to work safer. Occupational hazards are a number of them, and especially when you look at it from biological hazards, we had COVID-19, we have HIV/AIDS, we have TB that's present on site as well, where employees have to also be factored into the zero harm. Chemical hazards, where there's benzene, where we have also cement as well, inhalation. What are the long-term effects of those? So those are the studies that need to be looked into as well. Ergonomics hazards, repetition of work. I mean, if an individual who works the entire day bricklaying, how many bricks per day, and what is the repetition? What is the long-term effects of that? Physical hazards, when we talk about physical hazards would also be in extreme temperatures, whether it's low or high. We're heading into summer as well. What are the factors? Safety hazards, when we talk about bricks falling onto individuals, when we talk about the incidents, high incidents of struck by as well. Psychological hazards, the mental stress. When we talk about incidents as well, are we then going back, and when we talk about the incident investigation, are we then going back and factoring in, okay, that employee traveled from 3:30 or 4 in the morning, got to site, and what was his mindset? What is the mindset of the individual, where he had family issues? Are those factored in when that employee gets onto site? The chronic health hazards, and also looking at vulnerable individuals as well, with diabetes, with high blood pressure, etc. How do those people work with heavy machinery? Yeah, certainly we need to be quite cognizant of that. So the negative consequence of zero harm mantra is certainly the reduction in injury reporting, where employees they will be fearful of reporting any incidents to management, because if we do report it, that our statistics are it's not going to be viewed well. This has been enforced by the organization, but certainly how do we then change this as well? Employees may not believe in it, or idealistic safety, however, protocols do not exist. So we would find that an organization would have the best of procedures, for example, and not really live by it. I think that's where we would lose trust from the employees, and that would then impact on the cultural, the health and safety culture within that organization. Underreporting or hiding of statistics by management, and certainly this is not the impetus in terms of zero harm, where an organization would not report incidents purely based on the fact that they would not want to be deemed or seen to have accidents, and that will then change all of their statistics. So this is a study that I conduct. Well, this was part of my PhD, a health and safety program for micro contractors in South Africa. And this was done in my supervisor, Professor John Smallwood, but also maybe to take it a step back when we talk about the contractors, and the definition of a micro contractor is a construction as a business with 10 or fewer employees with an annual turnover of up to 10 million. That had been increased from the previous definition of up to 2 million. Okay. So when we look at the total number of CIDB registrations per grade as of 31st of March 2020, grade 1, where there were 47,077 contractors in grade 1. And when we look at it in terms of the value of the project and the financial capability of the organization, that's how they are then categorized into these particular subclasses. And certainly looking at it, this is the masses. And when we look at it retrospectively, what would the ISO 45000, or how would that be of relevance to them? And when we talk about zero harm as well, when ultimately their main goal is survival and how to put food onto the plates of their family. So this is a study, it's an overview where I'll go through it quickly. We circulated a survey to CASM, SIOSH, and SACP CMP members. I then had interviews with expert health and safety practitioners within the construction industry, and certainly looking at it from a literature perspective, where we talk about construction being one of the most hazardous industries, and looking at the high number of fatalities, and noting that as our CEO, Mr. Ndebo Manyanga, mentioned, we cover just over 300,000 employees within construction, but still looking at the high level of fatalities and disabilities and incidents within the construction industry. As a developing country, dangers are estimated to be 3 to 6 times greater than to the developed countries. Advances in legislation have been introduced. The sector's conditions are poor and enforcement of legislation is inadequate. Apologies, ex-chief inspector. But 3 to 4 times more likely to die from an accident at work than other workers. So back injuries and other aspects as well we look at. So the challenges experienced by the construction industry, expansion in the South African construction industry. So we noted then, looking at it from the number of employees we've covered within the construction industry as well, 2017 is when we seem to have peaked, and we've been in decline since. But how do we then try to implement a number of initiatives that when we get to, I attended the MBSA Congress, and there was a high confidence portrayed by government, where there's going to now be the 1.19 trillion rand infrastructure development program. How do we then start changing mindsets and working safer, so that when we get to that juncture of these infrastructure projects, that we do not see a repeat in terms of other countries where they've implemented similar, looking at the World Cup where it's taking place as well, the high number of fatalities that took place. So when we get to the point where productivity seems to be increasing within the construction industry, we are working safer. But certainly we have a number of challenges within South Africa that's very unique to our industry. And I'm not going to go through in this, but you can read through the presentation. But certainly looking at the legislation, and the legislation is there to protect employees, and hoping that everybody will abide by the legislation. But these are some of the questions, and I wanted the study to be of relevance and easily understood by the people who read the study. So when we talk about PPE, and this is the question I asked to the health and safety practitioners, please indicate challenges experienced by micro contractors when budgeting for health and safety. And majority of them said there is no budget. So budget for health and safety appears to be a big challenge, as they do not have sufficient funds. And how do you ensure that an individual obtains sufficient funding, because they're unfortunately unable to obtain the funding from banks, etc. Some also do not know how to budget or what the legal requirements are, and mainly they would depend on the principal contractor in terms of health and safety requirements, or where the principal contractor would then provide the health and safety or the PPE for that particular micro contractor. When we talk about health and safety plans, and this is just an abbreviated version, but I think in terms of it, when we look at majority of the micro contractors, or when we talk about micro contractors, perhaps the SMMEs, would approach a health and safety consultant for assistance. However, the generic health and safety plans were not site-specific or according to the scope of work. And this is we finding that's it occurs far too often, right? So I think where Natalie may have mentioned a bit earlier that somebody could approach her for a health and safety file or a health and safety plan, certainly it's generic and merely a case of being submitted to tender without having any relevance to the scope of work. So the following bivariate correlations values from the survey we've also related proportionally. And so, for example, screening workers during pre-employment and presenting health and safety induction. So how often does that happen as well, where we pre-screening employees? But I know it's difficult when you have to also employ from the community. But the other factor that came up very strongly to assist improve health and safety within the construction industry is training. Training makes a huge impact in terms of empowering an individual to be part of the team and to work safer, to be on the lookout for their colleagues as well. So I think in terms of time, I'm not going to go through each of them, but the health and safety program for micro contractors, which is something that we developed, take into consideration all the quantitative and the qualitative study. We then proposed this program that would only work with support from government, member organizations, principal contractors, quality insurers, CPMs, QSs, and designers. Right, so the interventions, when we look at it, and I've already included the first intervention, which is for government, but some of the aspects in terms of legislation, where we need to implement health and safety that's fit for purpose according to South Africa's circumstances and not what is applied overseas. So I think we need to look at it certainly introspectively and apply what the legislation is fit for South Africa. The recommendation for CIDB to incorporate health and safety as a requirement for contractors to be registered, incorporate health and safety development and mentorship of micro contractors into the BBBE scorecard. So I think that's quite critical as well to be considered by government, compulsory health and safety training for micro contractors. And I think certainly when we look at it over the years, and not necessarily only in construction, but whether it's mining, whether it's the steel engineering or the agriculture sector, we've got Jessica from RMA as well. But I think when any individual comes into the workforce, and certainly looking at the different generations that Natalie indicated, that they are equipped. So as a school curriculum, you're learning accounting, economics, etc. But I think certainly where we need to also consider implementing health and safety as a training program at a schooling level. Okay. Mentoring has a huge impact as well. And Mr. Tibozana, I think some of the comments raised by the health and safety practitioners, from the different organizations as well, the health and safety practitioners should adopt a developmental approach with respect to, I would say, SMMEs. So when they go onto site, it's not necessarily to intimidate, or put in fear into a contractor, but I think more to adopt an approach where there's an assistance in terms of mentoring that individual where they've gone off track in terms of health and safety. The Department of Employment and Labor Occupational Health and Safety inspectors to be trained to guide and mentor micro contractors, and require principal contractor mentorship program as a standard. Okay, so we've also then factored it into a phased approach in terms of health and safety. So looking at it, how do we develop a contractor from a 0 to 3 year period? What are the initiatives that are required from the pre-construction phase to the documentation and procurement phase to the construction phase, which is stage 3, and the post-construction phase. And certainly when we look at micro contractors or SMMEs, they should be viewed as partners in terms of health and safety. So when they're working from one job to the next, they're able to transfer those skills to their colleagues as well. Okay, so the phase 2 approach, which should be the development and growth phase, would be more around health and safety leadership for SMMEs, right? So I will share this presentation, but we will take it through. I'm not sure in terms of time, whether we have sufficient time, but I think just to maybe go through the construction economics, and when we talk about poverty eradication and the valuable role that construction plays, we're talking about 55% of the population in South Africa that was in poverty as of 2015. And that's a huge concern. When we talk about it in terms of job creation, right? As of the GDP contribution of construction is 2.5%, which is fairly low, but it contributes 7.5% of all employment within construction, which is lower than the global average of about 13%. So we have a long way, and hopefully once we get the infrastructure development going, we will see an increase in terms of employment. Foreign direct investment, so huge potential here, where we're seeing that there's great interest in South Africa, and many people would think, when they talk of Africa, it's wars and poverty, etc. But certainly there's a lot of positive to be talking about South Africa, and that's why we're getting a significant amount of foreign direct investment. The multiplier effect as well of construction, when we talk about the schools that are being built, the hospitals, and the huge impact, the roads, and the potential in terms of job creation has a huge role to play, especially in terms of our developing country, South Africa. So these are some of the articles that we've been writing, and we talk about the OHS professional. When we talk about competency versus capability, how do we then, instead of looking at only regulation, but be forward thinking as well? I think Dr. Natalie Skippers made a good, provided a good synopsis of that. I think we are all leaders and have a huge role to play in terms of influencing the workers to create that culture as well, but also noting as well, when we talk about SMMEs, it's difficult to establish a culture when there's very short-term duration contracts, when there's use of temporary workers, and how do we then reskill, or how do we skill those employees in terms of health and safety when they'll be working? Mental health affects health and safety, and certainly that's a huge impact, especially when we went through COVID-19 and looking at the high incidence. So I will then stop there, but I just maybe talk about, is zero harm possible? Is it unfounded? I think moving away from the target is, right? So I think it's certainly possible when we look at the number of policyholders, when we talk about Stephen Stocks, who implemented a project, and where they then achieved a milestone of over 3 million man hours without an LTI. So that, I think, is a huge impact. When we look at it from a continuous improvement perspective, that's what health and safety should be, right? So when we're talking about, incidents for 1 week, or for 1 day, for 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, I think that should be the ultimate goal. So certainly, in my opinion, zero harm is possible, and I'm hoping that you feel the same way as well. Thank you. I think it's also fitting. So we, as the FEM grant recipients, so we have various representatives here today. Thank you for all attending. We got Mr. Mahau, who's the Executive Director of the MBA North, and maybe I could ask him to come up and just provide a few words. Thanks. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Sanjay, thank you very much for the honor. I sincerely appreciate that I could actually extend my appreciation as Master Builders Association North for the great work and the collaboration that we do partner with yourselves as as FEM. And there's quite a lot that we do, or we have done together with yourself. But not only that, with the extension of the collaboration that do happen, or that we do undertake through the grant that yourself as FEM has always afforded us and given us. Kobus van Weinighat, who was here earlier on, I almost know him even far beyond just this this event, where we have been to Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northwest with him. So as BBCBE, a Black Business Council in Built Environment. Those are the type of collaborations that we have had through FEM. And we are therefore very grateful and thankful for the role you are playing within building construction and civils. And the extension that I do here that you also offer on safety in general and as a whole. In 2018, as MBA North, we awarded FEM, the CEO of FEM, Ms. Ndivuyo Manyonga, as she has always been, a phone call away from MBA North. I should attest to that. She braced our event where we awarded FEM an 80-year partnership collaboration that we have had with you throughout the years. So we are really, really grateful for that. And that has actually gone beyond that, where we actually see FEM as a family. Between the month of March up to June, through FEM, we also managed to audit 69 projects through our construction health and safety manager, Gerard Roots, who's sitting on the other side there. And those projects were up to the value of 8.8 billion. Now, I always like keeping these things as practical as possible. If you take this road from here, right from here, where Rivonia starts, and you go right up to the head office of FEM in Oxford Street, just taking this road here, and you cast your mind over a period of 10 years, and you look at how the buildings that have come up through just this strip, starting from here at the Maslows, that should tell you the amount of construction that has happened in the last 10 years. But what we have never told is how many people have actually died in the time of 10 years of us just building from here right up to FEM head office there. Now, when you, Sanjay, give us an average of 6 deaths per month, I'll leave the figures to all of us to do our own calculations. It might not have been here, it might have been countrywide, but we never really, as a country, account for the deaths of these big, beautiful buildings that you see Sandton to be, if you compare it to what it has been 10 years back, and you take Rosebank to be what it is at the moment. So as FEM, we are thankful for that, and the partnership is really, really very strong. Your team members, the likes of Lydia Mento, who's continuously and constantly on our events, event by event, on a quarterly basis, Fabian Gray, your Francois Duplessis, those are the people that I literally leave the office as an executive director, and we go to these companies and we meet with them individually, with the members of your team. And that's the difference that you have made in plowing back to the industry and making sure that safety is adhered to. I'm very excited. Recently, myself and you, Sanjay, we were in Durban. We were awarding the Construction Health and Safety Awards for Master Builder South Africa. And it is a lot of work that we still need to convert as many of our big companies to be policy holders of yourself and see what we see ourselves as the leaders of industry, to ensure that the slogan you are talking about of zero is no accident and zero harm, that yes, indeed, we can come as close as possible to that. And there are big companies that recently, this gentleman here, I know all of them. I don't sit in the office. I am on the road. Enza Construction, Atlas Afflet, they were winners of MBSA National last year. There is a gentleman by the name of Andrew Khasako from Conco. Natalie, you talked about, yes, maybe I did not understand you, or maybe but yes, you said they mustn't be paid, but they must be awarded. Maybe we do agree with you when we talk about awards. And I can tell you now the difference it has made with Enza Construction. They are here. That gentleman, Khasaho, if I open my phone and I show you how excited he was from Conco, and those are the big companies, Mr. Faber will tell you, and those are the people we need here. We cannot not have the top 20, top 30 companies that are not FEM policyholders. I'm not selling FEM, but the number of initiatives that FEM come up and create and make sure that safety is adhered to in this, it's really incredible. In closing, former Chief Inspector, There's still a lot to be done. And I'm glad that you are here. You're a moving encyclopedia, and we cannot lose you. Your contribution, your engagement, your participation, you actually braced the very last event before your retirement of MBA North. And I'm glad to see you here. We must pick up the bits and pieces. What is important for me is that when the big companies put together a bill of quantities for a project, the cost of construction, health, and safety in a project always get to be sacrificed to make a project viable. How's that? And in doing that, we then therefore are accessory to matter. I'll leave it up to you to still come back and come and help us. And that's where construction, health, and safety is being sacrificed. Okay, Mr. Mfebe, we need the professionals on the on myself and you and the rest of the industry to make sure that construction, health, and safety is not being sacrificed. But our Occupational Health and Safety Act as well, former Chief Inspector. Do you know what it talks about? Sufficient funds. What is sufficient for me is not sufficient for you. And that leaves a gap when the professionals have to put costs of construction, health, and safety on a bill of quantities. Sufficient should be pegged to a certain amount of a percentage to the value of the project so that we do not sacrifice the lives of people in a project and just making it beautiful as it is, from Rivonia to Oxford, and we don't account for deaths. There's a project in hand we need to work with. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Happening at one company must not be carried over to another company. So in trying to work smart, it was a case of why are we serving a prohibition notice at every single company of Shell or Pick and Pay or whatever around the country for the same thing. On construction, why are we serving the same notice for scaffolding, for Wilson Bailey Homes, for any other construction company? To name, I'm just not mentioning all of them, but why are we constantly repeating something that should have been attended to? In preparation for this particular event, I went to go and do a bit of research on what papers are out there with regard to health and safety. And incidentally, at this company, I took compensation with, and this was a joint venture. And then I went to go and look at the integrated report for that particular company. Now, there's an annual report that is required to be kept by these companies in terms of their requirements and so on. And in that annual report, I found a glowing thing around the health and safety. So here's this company that's having major accidents, but at the back, where the boardroom sits, everything is hunky-dory. And then I went and did the research and found out in the research papers internationally, boards are totally divorced and have no idea what's happening. And that is why they can have these glowing reports. I'm here to tell you today that that hogwash must stop. Number one. Number two, zero is not impossible, and we'll see why. Incidentally, if you are starting with a number, you have to indicate at the beginning of the year, of course, as I've said before, who the 10 people or 20 people or 30 people are that you're going to kill or disable. And that will be easy for you to say because of everyone either doing what is required or nobody doing anything. In other words, the risk is at a level that is unacceptable. So it's easy for you to say the people in that company are going to die and so on. So In thinking of a title for this, it was about health and safety supported and implemented fully by employers. Now, go to your directors and we can touch on boards, we can touch on directors, we can touch on supervisors, we can go and look at the workers. Who is responsible? And apportion the blame and do all kinds of fancy footwork and come up with what we are going to see here in research, partly anyway. And yes, research is what research is. It goes back to a particular point in time with certain number of companies involved and so on and so on and so on. I'm not going to bore you with that. However, are there lessons that we can learn? And is this the ultimate paradox? We want health and safety. We expect managers to manage and directors and everything, but we're getting nowhere. Dr. Manu put up the numbers. The numbers are going up. If you looked at the end of his graph, they are taking a sharp turn upwards. Over the last, since the year 2000, the numbers have remained relatively static. The only number, Dr. Manu, which I was impressed about was the disablement, the permanent disablement that leads to pension has come down quite extensively, as has the other. Look at the numbers. There's something happening, but we see suddenly from a downward trend, we're heading upwards in a year, not just a particular anything. Over the period that he's saying, the last year that they've measured, there's an upward trend. Now, yes, COVID was there, and we're going to see something very interesting. So failure of boards and individual directors to engage with and accept accountability for work, health and safety has frequently been commented on as a contributory cause of high injury and fatality rates. This is research where they went in, looked at companies, and they went and spoke to people and so on and so on. And I've included the where you can find the paper, etc. And the period there, I think, is 2017. So here's a particular statement that is made. Is it right or wrong for your company? And I'm hoping that there's managers here and directors and some supervisors, because this is highly relevant for you. Are we dealing with a paradox and we're never going to win? Or can health and safety at the end of the day just be that golden thread that we all need, and so on? So what is the contribution of these people that sit on boards and your directors who are, I say to you today, divorced from health and safety? And it's a generalization that I'm making. The time to turn was long ago. Health and safety is 3,000 years plus old, not a yesterday issue, as we have come to believe. Making it worse, of course, when you go back to 3,500 years, if you were found to have contravened something and you were found guilty, they threw you in the river. If you made it to the other side, you were not guilty. Today, you get away with an admission of guilt fine. Even if you kill someone or you amputate fingers, it's not as drastic. And therefore, we can talk about, Dr. Manu, what you said, inadequate enforcement. Is it really? When we are looking at people who can do something. This was, of course, has always been a subject of interest, and I've given you an example of that. You do something wrong, your children do something wrong, you hold them responsible. If you don't, you're going to land up with a typical scenario of the yes or the now generation, as has been indicated by Dr. Skippers. But there's more to that, of course, than what I'm giving you now. I'm not going to go into every line. Those things you can read. The presentation will be yours, and you can go through it yourself. I'm going to touch on certain items due to the time factor. That, of course, brings me to today and how far we've come regarding health and safety. And I said to you, 3,500 years plus. because between you and your neighbor, there was also an issue where you could pay the ultimate price. You killed his son and you had a son, you were more than likely that time to give up the life of your own son, and so on and so on. And so it goes on. To quote a very famous book then of a person, in terms of health and safety, I've taken you back 3,500 years, and I've said to you, health and safety is not new. The farther back you can look, the farther forward you're likely to see. Have we learned any lessons? That, of course, is Churchill. Nothing has changed under the sun. Nothing. Nothing has changed. Health and safety, go back for as long as you've had humans on earth. The way we've interacted with one another, health and safety aspects or issues existed then. Those, and this is Churchill, those who never change their minds never change anything. And then Einstein, of course, said, you cannot expect things to change if things stay the same. And we've heard about programs from SAFSEC, we've heard about programs at FEM and MBA. How do we get everyone on board to effect the kind of changes that is required up here to make a difference? Your directors need to come to the party, your supervisors, your management, because, and I'll tell you at the end of this presentation, who else must come to the party? But the assumption right at the outset, the Act's requirement is that those at the top do join the party. You have the statistics, and I'll go into the COVID issue quickly. Very, very interesting, very interesting. Your sector in construction was at about 80% nationally for the last 2 years. Construction was at the top of the compliance table. How? Was it Dr. Manu because nobody was working in construction? One company was, and they were 80% compliant. And therefore, that was the national. No, there were thousands of inspections done, and you came out with an 80%. Why? Why did you come together at the beginning of COVID, and I'll show you something else in a moment, and make a difference? And suddenly you taper off, because that's the statistics Dr. Manu's showing you. There's an upward climb. Why? Why for COVID you made the difference? Of course, he indicated quite correctly, if you look at the last line, compliance prior to the 2 years was 50, 60%, 50% more or less hovering there. I know because I specifically dealt with the statistics and I worked it and I provided the reports around this. So compliance then is not the job of the inspector, because you will never have enough inspectors on site. Number one. Number two, after adding 500 inspectors between the period 2019, 2020, and 21, in the addition of the 500, I can assure you that they are not going to have the type of effect that you anticipate. Not because they don't want to. The 600-700 inspectors that you're talking about against 6,000 companies only with FEM means what? They must be permanently employed to go and do those companies' inspections. That's not their job. Nowhere in the world is it the job of an inspector, and there's never enough inspectors worldwide. So, I spoke about an event earlier, which was COVID. These are the Olympics. And then we are going to touch on another one. So let's go. 96, Barcelona, 1 fatality. 2000, Sydney, 1 fatality. Greece, 14 fatalities. Beijing, 2008, 10 fatalities. 2012, London Olympics, 0 fatalities. Let's go through those figures quickly. 46,000 workers on site, Dr. Manu. 46,000. How did they succeed to get through. And let's get away from that excuse of having thousands of people on site, because here's something that says you can have 46,000 going through your site, 62 million man hours, and the injury stats was 0.17 per 100,000 man hours, which was below, well below the industry average of 0.55. Qatar, where they're going to have the World Cup soccer, apparently, please, this figure is hugely being debated whether or not it's right or wrong. And quite a number of well-known papers and so on are quoting this figure. I am quoting a figure that I also got out of one of the papers. If it is true that they have killed off or killed, or there are 6,500 deceased people for a particular project over 10 years, Dr. Manu, it makes your numbers look like nothing. But is this real? Why is the rest of the world going to play soccer there then? Surely, even those advanced countries that are going, that qualified, should be questioning this figures. And in future, people should be questioning these figures. Again, I say to you, if this is true, but then again, if there's any fatality, it should be a problem given the London Olympics. What did we learn from London? Nothing. Because you are sitting here listening to us talking about numbers, and yet they could go through a particular project and get through it with 0 fatalities, apparently. What is the secret? Now, apparently they say one thing that was quoted already, that leadership was part of the solution. Quibus, you raised the issue in that little graphic of yours. Leadership. The second thing they quote as a primary source for their success was communication. And then there are several other areas. And this is a case study to read up on online. There is enough information about the London Olympics and the safety aspect and what was discovered there. So I went and I just took your figures, Dr. Manu, from FEM, these things, and I specifically went to 2013. I didn't go higher than that because I wanted to show you the following. If you look at the graph up until, and you see the red line, if you see the red line there, that's the average figure there. And merely what you're looking at is everything obviously above the red line is of concern, but go back to Dr. Manu's graph as well. And you'll see that the 2010 area was a problem. But now the World Cup soccer thing, they didn't just build the stadia overnight or over a year. They built it over a period of several years. So is that significant? Yes. In terms of the fatal incidents, there's a slight drop and it picks up. But if you look at the number of incidents that took place, can you see it climbing? Why? Why? Now, take away the fact that people can be devious as well and also injure themselves. I'm not close to that reality. And therefore, it's a contravention for anyone to injure themselves in terms of the OSHA. This one just deals with permanent disabilities. You can see how high it was at some stage when you compare it to the figures of Dr. Manu. And then let's look at this one. We spoke, someone just mentioned the figure of Africa being 3 to 6 times higher, not Africa, developing versus developed countries being 3 to 6 times higher than the developed countries. And you can see the figures there. This is what you're looking at. Is it acceptable? Are you accepting these figures? When you walk out of here, are you happy that I've only killed 1 person this year? It's fine. It was worse last year, it was 10 or whatever. Now just quickly, over a short period, the inspectors obviously go out and do inspections. So what are some of the issues that they would have picked up? Now, you'll see 2 stars there, and that indicates that there's quite a high number. This forms a high number of the inspections, and it is contraventions that you will see. What in a particular point in time did they come up with? They came up with a construction supervisor as being one of the weak areas, something that was not dealt with. This is not over a period of years, by the way. This is a short space of time, and there's no construction supervisor. It caused a risk assessment to be performed. Quibus? It's a high area of non-compliance. Are we surprised? And then you can go on, you can see there about the risk assessment forming part of whatever help. Please, let me appeal to you. Part of your problem in health and safety is your health and safety reps not doing what they're required to do. Dr. Skippers, I do hold an opposing view to yours. When you give a health and safety rep anything to do outside of their normal function, it's an additional function. So some incentive would assist in getting them to do the work that you want them to do, and that you want them to do well, not just to do. Your health and safety committees are non-functional and do not do what is required. A question came up early on during Quibus's presentation, and the question has to do with what do I do when someone does not want to do something that is required to be done. The structure and the systems are clear in the act, and anything that's not there, you can bring about in terms of your health and safety policies. Now let's go back a step quickly. Your health and safety reps may not even be properly appointed. That's already a challenge. The fact that they're not doing the work that you want them to do is a bigger challenge. The fact that that information where they find non-compliance is getting nowhere is demoralizing, demotivating, and you're not going to get the type of outcome that you anticipate, because they have a specific function. What is that function? To do X, and they can't do it because they don't have the support structure available, and nobody gives a damn anyway what they're doing. Health and Safety Committee, go look at it. Section 20 is clear. It is clear, and it is not functioning the way it is required. Where's the information or the recommendations that are coming out of the Health and Safety Committees going to? Where you have multiple Health and Safety Committees, what is happening in that instance? And where does the information come together? Is your CEO or your boards actually seeing it? And if the answer to that is no, drop your whole health and safety structure because you're wasting time. Don't let people do things because the act says so, and there's nothing in place that is actually dealing with what needs to really be done. So your boards being divorced from health and safety in terms of research is a problem. Availability of your Health and Safety Act, your first aid box, research on first aid boxes and immediate application or implementation of first aid within the first 5 to 10 minutes. If it is not done by someone trained to do it, people die. Lives are saved when people that have been adequately trained for the environment in which they're going to work, if they get there within a short space of time, they save lives. Don't put the person, tell them to go and get into a taxi. Are you subhuman? Because this is what is happening. Here's money. Go and get into a taxi and take yourself to a hospital. Are you out of your mind? This is happening. I know because I had to deal with this stuff. First aid within the space of the first few minutes, saves lives, saves limbs, and so on. And then, of course, let's go to the last one quickly. Prepare a documented health and safety spec as a contravention. Really? Are you serious? This kind of contravention shouldn't be happening. Not when you're talking about your whole construction site, the systems, the structures, and so on. Be very clear with me. Act talks to systems and structures. That's more to do. So let's go back quickly to 1753. I said to you, nothing is new under the sun. The longevity of the issue of inadequate reporting and monitoring by boards on issues concerning health and safety is apparent in the following comment by Lord Chesterfield, writing some 2.5 centuries, 3 centuries ago. The chapter of knowledge is very short. Thank you, man. But the chapter of incidents is a very long one. And if you remember correctly, this is 1753. By 1830, the UKHSE, or the UK, had established a temporary inspectorate, which, if I am correct, was made up of people representing employers at the time, called themselves inspectors and so on. But it started around about the 1830s. So we are relatively new in that respect, but not in terms of the knowledge and the discussions around health and safety, which goes back. Occupational health also goes way back and is not a new thing. Again, more recently argued that leadership of workplace health and safety is a key part of wider business management. However, boards have been found to fail to engage on health and safety at the governance level for a range of reasons. And of course, this research you can go into. It could be due to poor knowledge management and or a number of other specific reasons. Pressure to deliver to financial stakeholders, lack of incentive to engage with workers because this does not sell products or services, perception by directors of low reputational risk for the business or undertaking or themselves due to the workplace injuries, etc., etc. And of course, health and safety costs money. You can pick up any one of this, including death at the workplace. Permanent disablement should be forming part of that. The fact that I have a working health and safety system or that risk should be discussed by the boards and the subcommittees where you have a risk component that deals with risk. Let's not deal with this as if it's new. And I know a number of you are in health and safety, but become the messenger of this. It is not new. Directors need to be encouraged to accept accountability for health and safety. While Lecker thought this was part of a wider, more effective leadership behavior required of workers as well as owners setting the tone from the top. And I'm going to say to you something on top of this, because it came up in a previous, with a previous speaker, and that is that don't make the assumption that you set the rules and workers are going to follow. Workers don't need to follow a thing that you put down in terms of health and safety. And they do resist, and they will resist. And you know how to get around it. Because if you don't get workers on board and make as if they own part of what you're doing, they are not going to necessarily follow you. And this has happened. Not necessarily this particular issue comes out of a research paper for another country. So I'm saying to you, the assumption that you set rules and everything, and I don't know if it was the last speaker, I don't know if it was you, sir, that raised the issue, but workers do not need to follow you just because you set down the rules. Get them on board. Get them on board because health and safety affects them. We're going to go through this, except the red part. It is essential that directors and those in equivalent positions rigorously review and monitor the organization's compliance with health and safety law and best practice. And then you can go through those other recommendations. I'm not going to go through that. And then, of course, the board, it is all about the board, and you can go through this. The board should, the last line, the board should integrate OHS governance into all governance structures within the business. I go back to what I said a moment ago. Stop putting out glossy, integrated annual reports saying that you give a damn about health and safety when you don't. Because do you know the company that I visited had to review its internal operations as a result of the visit. And as a result of me raising the areas of concern that I raised, it must be fixed. It can be fixed, and zero is possible. London Olympics, 46,000 people, and they managed to control it in different areas. Why are you complaining about one place where you were supposed to have zero fatalities or zero injuries, or let's say the injuries are minor? It still requires you to relook at how your systems are working. Striving for the zero model, the occupational safety and health situation in developing countries is not optimistic. At the same time, after years of development, the developed countries have entered a period of stable production safety. So if you're looking at it, that is why in that graph I showed you, there's low figures there. They consider themselves relatively, are they out of the woods? No, they're not out of the woods. But we have a problem in the developing countries from what you saw. From the perspective of the development process, basically this slide deals with that, and the last one, the results have been remarkable. They provide a reference for the occupational health and safety governance model that is basically looking back at the research that has been done, and the models, here they're referring to the model that has been put in place by these different countries. And if you go back to the research paper goes and expands on the countries and the models that they apply and why they're obviously having a form of success. In the previous slide, it concluded that the cooperative governance model, as I've indicated, is working. It is working. It is working. But there are still challenges that need to be dealt with. And here's the issue that I raised with you in terms of workers. And if you'll quickly allow me to go through it, when considering how to improve behaviors and safety cultures, and correspondingly how to create a safer workplace for employees, it will entail identifying factors and circumstances that lead to fewer accidents, low sick leave, in other words, better health and safety. There are successful programs, and that you can look up for improved health and safety, and there are failures or problems as well that in some way or the other cause resistance, very often from those who are exposed or supposed to benefit from the program. Basically, then two lines of arguments exist. The first one points to problems in the nature or context of the health and safety programs. For example, between safety measures and the production or efficiency concerns or tight deadlines. The second one then relates to resistance to individuals or groups of individuals in the workplace. This refers to the risk-taking propensity or other factors, either in the individual or cultural level in organizations. I'm not undermining or dismissing the fact that companies have challenges. But it's not a case of using the stick in terms of getting workers to comply. Here's the system, here's the structure, comply. At the collective level, safety culture or safety climate has been proposed as an explanation for both successful and failed OHS program implementation, pointing to the shared social context where safety concerns are manifest or not. Now, what this, as I come to the end of my presentation, what this is going to, is that health and safety is broader than just your workplace, but goes into the community and others around. That is why FEM, when you introduced, as well as, when you look at all the people that are involved within your context in construction, it is right to involve everyone. If you think it's only you and SAFSEC, you got a problem. You and MBA, you got a problem. It is everyone that falls within that narrative, if you like. So in conclusion then, I'm going to go right to the end. You can read the other stuff. I've already used my 10 minutes. Despite all our collective knowledge on health and safety, one more person will die today. Could you have avoided that? Can you afford, you and your team, not you and your team? How effective is your health and safety committee? How effective is your health and safety rep? How effective is your supervisor, your manager, your board? Health and safety is not the responsibility of the health and safety rep. It starts with your board or your directors or the guys at the top, and it does work its way down. And don't become despondent because I'm saying that, and you know that at the top there's a barrier, if you like. That barrier must be broken down. And a quick one to assist you, to go back to the issue that was raised early on. If there's a problem, the health and safety rep is made aware of that problem. You can bring in your shop steward as well. Your shop steward's made aware of it. If you have a health and safety committee, the health and safety committee is made aware of it. After you've exhausted your internal processes, nothing stops you from anonymously, if you so desire, reporting it to the inspector at the Department of Employment and Labor and expect them to respond. And if you don't get a response within a short period of time, take it up with the Inspector General, take it up with the Director General, take it up with the Minister of Employment and Labor, and if all else fails, take it up with the Presidency. And then the last one is the NPA. Not the NPA, these people that are fighting now. Public Protector. If you want to see action fast, take the matter up with the Public Protector. Everyone will jump. But before you get there, they're going to ask you, what have you done? Then you show them you have exhausted all the avenues. Now, please, if I meet you in the street again and you tell me you're still having problems, I'm going to hold you responsible. I still have the title of Chief Inspector, so you're going to have to work. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tibo. I think we all now understand the importance of health and safety, and the numbers speak volume. Sorry, let me step out for this picture. Okay. Yeah. So if you have any questions for Mr. Tibo, you're welcome to catch him after the session. But right now we're going to move straight into our entertainment, just to give you a short mental and body break. And I'd like to welcome, where's Mr. Z? Okay, I'm seeing hands waving. I'm hoping that they'll come through just now. Okay, you can just give it a moment and everything will start shortly. Thank you.
Wait. All right. Good day. Good day, ladies and gents. Okay, I stand up. Stand up. You're tired. Stand up. Everybody, please. On your feet. I can see you're lazy. You need some vavavoom, you know, you need some fuel. Yeah, you need some diesel. Safety seat, stay back, yeah. Yeah, right. It's my show now, ne? 5 minutes, then I'm gonna call you, Sipo. All right, ladies and gents, my name is Mr. Z. Z for zero harm, Z for zero injuries, Z for zero unsafe acts, Z for zero property damage, Z for zero tolerance, Z for zero nonsense, Z for zero shortcuts, Z for zero. What can you say? Z for zero. Zero accidents. Yeah. What can you say, sir? Z for zero incidents. Oh yes, nice one, nice one. Okay, let me see your zero harm in the air. Let's go. Zero harm up. Everybody. Guys, I don't want to see a zero harm like this. This one is sick. It needs deliverance. I want to see a straight up zero harm like this, Buffett. You know? Power, vavavoom, energy. Right. Now, I want everybody to shout. What's that? Safety. Come on, shout safety. Safety. Shout like you mean it, Buffett. Safety. Very, very important topic. Ne? Shout like you mean it. What's that? Safety. Safety. Come on, production. What's that? Quality. Buffett. Buffett, hey, don't put them down. Up. And please, guys, take instruction. I'm your induna, your supervisor. And if you want your days to be long on site, you must respect the induna. But if you want your days to be short on site, disrespect the induna. I never said put them down. Up. Nice. Buffett, first thing first, Buffett. Safety, practice safety, Buffett, in all that you do. Safety first, Buffett. Safety is our #1 priority. And we mean business when we talk about safety. When we are all safe, we can go out there and push what? Production. Production pays our salaries, Buffett. With production, we are able to send our kids to school, and we are able to support our families, Buffett. Then we go to quality. The quality of our work must be up to standard, Buffett. The quality of our work must be up to standard. We must produce quality so that we can get more clients, Buffett. Whatever you do it to your best ability. Treat your company as if it belongs to you. You are a mini CEO. Up! Nice. Right. Now I'm going to shout, Viva Safety Viva! We're all going to go like zero harm. And please, guys, when you do your zero harm, guys, the person standing next to you must be jealous of you when you do zero harm. Please show them what you got. Now, up, let's go. And guys, we all shout, Buffett. And please, guys, be excited when you do zero harm, Buffett. Safety is fun. If you want to kick, you can kick. If you want to go down, you can go down. But do something. Don't just stand there, do something, Buffett. If you're not doing anything, you're a rotten potato. And one rotten potato can spoil the whole bag. We don't want rotten potatoes in our team, Buffett. Teamwork is essential. There's so much we can achieve if we can work as a team. Zero harm is achievable, Buffett. Now let's go. What's that? Viva Safety Viva! What's that? All right, man, guys. Guys, you can do better. You can do better. You can do. Everybody must shout zero harm. With power, vavavoom. Come on, let's go, Buffett. For the last time, what's that? Viva Safety Viva, what's that? Zero. Did you feel it? I felt it, Buffett. Nice one. All right, Buffett. You can put your hands down. Lalela, Buffett. I don't have much time to do, Buffett. I'm going to be quick, fast. But if you want to see more of Mr. Z, you know what to do. Now, Buffett, next exercise, I call it the shake off. We are going to shake off the bad attitude, bad energy, negative. Whatever is negative, we are going to shake it off. This is how we shake off. What's the safety C4? Safety C4, join me. Now, safety C4. Let's show them safety C4. They shake off,
Yeah.
Right, let's go. I can't hear you, C4.
Yebo.
Yebo, Bani.
Yebo, Nduna.
Thank you. Thank you, Nduna. Let's go, C4. 5, 4, 3. What's our way now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1. 1.
Safety first.
One shout. We got it, guys. Are you ready? Speak louder, Sipo. Are you ready?
Yebanduna.
Thank you. All right, Bafetu, you start on your right, and please, guys, kick Bafetu. Yeah, kick Bafetu. Move away from the chairs and kick. I want to see everybody kicking, and everybody must count. Everybody must shout. All of us. Let's go, Sipo. Let's go, Sipo. Let's go. 5, 4, 3. What's our now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wapa. I can't hear them. They're not counting. Please, guys, let's count. Everybody must count. Open your lips and count. 5, 4, 3. What's our now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1.
Safety first. Thank you, Bafetu. When I shout FIFA safety, you all go 0 harm. FIFA safety, FIFA.
0 harm.
You can have a seat, ladies and gents. Thank you. And enjoy the show. Sanbonani. Sanbonan sanbingele labo. Sanbonan. Sanbonan sanbingele labo.
Sanbonan. Sanbonan sanbingelela. Sanbonan. Sanbonan sanbingelela.
Oh, my daughter. I love the hands, man. Yeah, they're looking for us. Your skin is showing. Hide the skin. Nice, Safetember. Safety man. Right. Sanbonan nibo, Sanbonan sanbingelela, Sanbonan, Sanbonan sanbingelela bo,
Sanbonan, Sanbonan sanbingelela,
Sanbonan,
Sanbonan sanbingelela. FEM.
Umnandi bo.
Gumnandi kwela githe
Siyaya, siyosebenza bo, siyaya, siyosebenza,
siyaya, siyosebenza,
siyaya,
siyosebenza, siyaya,
siyosebenza,
siyaya, siyosebenza,
siyaya man,
siyosebenza, siyosebenza. Teng, 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 teng.
Everybody must say, zang, 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 zang.
Zang, 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 zang.
Welcome to Federated Employers Mutual Assurance Company. Igama lami Humanda Gama, and welcome to FEM News. Zero is no accident is an FEM campaign centered around raising awareness about the high incidence statistics in the construction industry, and most importantly, the impact it has on lives of employees and families. FEM's main objective is to build advocates of health and safety in the industry and encourage corridor compliance. FEM is explicit about health and safety. FEM is explicit about the elimination of fatalities and injuries in the workplace. Ladies and gents, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Zang, zang, zang.
Zang, zang.
Zang, zang, zang.
Zang, zang.
Zang, zang, zang.
Zang, zang.
Zang, zang, zang.
Zeng, zeng. Zeng, zeng. Zeng, zeng. Zeng, zeng. Zeng, zeng. Zeng, zeng.
Osiyaya, osiyosebenza bosiyaya, siyosebenza, siyoyo.
Siyosebenza siyaya, siyosebenza siyaya, siyosebenza siyaya, siyosebenza.
Ayabona manje-ke, it's time to work. Oh, yes. Oh, madoda. Osiyaya thina siyosebenza
Lo,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
How? Safety Sipho. Safety Sipho. You can see what I'm doing.
What are you doing, Joe?
I'm working.
Working?
Yeah.
Doing what?
Safety Sipho. Yesterday, I was here in the workshop.
Yeah?
Replacing all these light bulbs. But now I don't understand what is happening. Safety Sipho. It seems like all these light bulbs are burnt again.
But why?
I don't understand. There must be a problem with the wiring.
Yeah, I think so too, ne? I think so too. Okay, Ndlovu. Ndlovu.
Yes, Sipho.
I can see you are working with electricity, ne?
Yeah.
Did you isolate and lock out?
Isolation and lockout procedure. Done and dusted, Sipho.
That's good, that's good. Always verify isolation before work begins and use specified protection equipment.
Yes, Sipho, tell me something. How can I forget to practice safety?
Ndlovu.
Safety is my number one value.
Ndlovu.
Sipho.
It seems like you have forgotten something.
What are you talking about?
You are working on a ladder without a helper to hold the ladder from the side.
Yes, Sipho. I don't need a helper to hold the ladder from the side. Yes, Sipho, this is a quick task, quick job.
No, Ndlovu. No, Ndlovu, that's just an excuse and I'm not taking it. You know very well that here at FEM, when it comes to safety, we don't compromise.
Man, Safety Sipho, man, listen to me, man, Safety Sipho. We are behind schedule, man. Do you know what is happening to me up there?
What?
The managers are here. They want to skin me alive. And besides, I have experience, man. Nothing will
No, Ndlovu. Ndlovu, don't tell me about experience. You are becoming complacent. And complacency is the main ingredient that causes accidents. Working on a ladder without a helper to hold the ladder from the side is dangerous. What if you fall? Huh?
Oh, yeah, I won't fall. I have experience.
Hey, Ndlovu, falls from ladders have resulted in a significant number of serious and fatal injuries.
Okay.
Even when working at low heights.
Oh.
You want to walk out here in a stretcher?
No.
You want to walk out here in a coffin?
No. I have a family. I have a wife back at home and children. They are waiting for me.
Do the right thing, Ndlovu. Practice safety so that you can go back home to your family.
Practice safety.
Practice
so
safety,
I can go
Ndlovu.
back home to my family in one piece.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, Sipho, you are right.
I know.
You are right. You know what? In my life, I have never pledged before.
Mm-hmm.
But today I'm going to pledge.
Pledge, Ndlovu.
I, Agrippa, Nelson, Jablane, Ndlovu.
Yeah.
I pledge that from today, I will follow all the safety procedures that are in place. And Sipho, I promise to follow all the correct steps of ladder use.
Good.
Number one.
Yeah.
I will not work on the ladder without a helper to hold the ladder from the side for me.
Good.
Number two, I will inspect the rails and racks for damage.
Yeah.
And if there's any damage in this ladder, I will report it to you or report it to the supervisor.
Yes, and also make sure that no one works underneath the ladder.
Absolutely.
And do not allow anyone else on the ladder at the same time.
Thank you, Makosi. I will do that, Safety Sipho.
Thank you.
And the Sipho, I will place my ladder on a flat surface.
Yeah, that's safe.
And most importantly, when I come up and down, I'll maintain 3-point contact.
Ndlovu, and for balance?
And to balance the ladder,
yeah,
I will use my time muscles to balance against the ladder. Then,
all right, Ndlovu, delete.
How?
We are not done.
What?
Ndlovu, you know the rules. You know the procedures.
Yeah.
What's the problem, though?
Like I said, when Safety Sipho, man, sometimes it's production pressure, you see. You see, and sometimes we employees know the rules, but we don't want to follow the rules because we are ignorant.
And ignorance is a silent killer.
Yeah, conceal. But me, I have pledged. I have pledged.
Are you sure you're not going to do, you are going to do the right thing now, Ndlovu?
Forever and ever, amen.
Thank you, Ndlovu.
Yeah.
Asan, let's go, Ndlovu.
It's not just a normal safety presentation. It's an interactive presentation. So now I'm going to come down to collect. I need a few people to help me on stage. So please, guys, I'm coming now. Few minutes. All right. Oh, we're gonna take you, sir. We're gonna take you as well, sir. Join us on stage. Thank you very much. And let's see who else we're gonna take here. Brother, we're gonna take you as well. And you, my sister, come through. Come and help us. Come guys. Come guys. And two more. I'm looking for two more. Yeah, these two guys here. Come on, guys. Yeah, come on, guys. Yeah, nice one. Just come and join me, Bafetu. Basebenzi, safety is not just rules and regulations. Safety is a lifestyle and safety is fun. Come on, shout, safety is fun.
Safety is fun.
Safety is fun.
Safety is fun.
Let's enjoy, let's have fun. All right. Okay, let's see what we have here. Okay, guys, we are going to create a cane. We are going to build a Hilux Suzu 4x4. Some of you is going to be windshield, safety belts, so on and so on. Watch and learn. I'm going to show you. Right. These are the seats for the driver. The driver's going to sit here. Then here we have a safety belt. The safety belt is going to be a lady. Come and sit here, my lady. You are a safety belt. Come and sit here. Yeah, on top. Sit. Yeah. Safety belt. All right. You guys going to stand here at the back. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay, guys. Yeah. Hold each other, guys. Yeah. Right. Up. Yeah. Up the hand. Nice. And then you gentlemen, you're gonna stand like this. Come, say. Nice one. They got it. Bafetu. All right, one last part. The windshield. Woohoo! Nice, they got it. Hold on with this one. All right, hey, safety people.
Ndlovu.
Let's go.
Yeah, Ndlovu.
Yeah.
Let's go. It's time to make deliveries. Our truck is loaded and ready. Our clients are waiting for their deliveries.
And we don't want to keep our clients waiting.
Yeah,
people.
let's go.
Let's go.
Sorry, Ndlovu. Before we go, are you fit to operate your vehicle today?
Oh, safety people. What kind of question is that? Huh? Last night I slept 8 hours. 8 hours, and I woke up this morning feeling fresh.
Okay.
And you know what I did when I woke up this morning?
What?
I jogged around the block.
I know you.
I'm healthy. You know what they say?
What?
A healthy body contributes to
a healthy mind.
That's why I want to encourage all my colleagues to exercise regularly. And now, but you know what season is this?
What?
The silly season.
Oh, the silly season.
We must beat fatigue.
Yeah, we are fatigued.
Let's go. I am a healthy operator. Let's operate.
In that case, Ndlovu, let us conduct a pre-use checklist to check if our vehicle is in good condition.
Oh yes, we must conduct a pre-use checklist to check if our vehicle is roadworthy. What are we waiting for? Let's check.
Here's the checklist.
See? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Bah! All right. Start the tires.
Yeah.
Tires. Go.
Check.
See? Hey, why did he put these boxes in this car? He must put them in the back. Man.
Sorry, Ndlovu, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Bah. Hooter.
Beep. Check.
Wipers.
Shh. Check.
Safety belts. What's the safety belts? Get in. Let's go. Hey, Sipo. Don't forget to wear a safety belt. Wear a safety belt, Sipo.
What's the safety belt?
Yeah. Nice one.
Yeah.
All right, Sipo. This car is in good condition.
Yeah.
I don't see any defect. Let's just go. Ne?
Let's go. Asambile.
Zakaria, Hey, Bo.
What's happening now?
Oh, I don't know what's wrong.
What's the problem with this car?
Say Zakaria, this guy. Call him Zakaria. Let's go.
We are good to go.
Yes, people.
Yeah, Ndlovu.
You know what?
What?
The jackpot is standing at 30 million today.
Jackpot?
And last night I dreamed of my late grandmother.
Your grandmother.
That was bonus.
Oh,
I was
Ndlovu.
passed by Hollywood.
No, Ndlovu, what are you doing? You are making a wrong turn. According to the journey management plan, we must turn right. And when you turn left.
Will be quick when you tell a
No, Ndlovu. Ndlovu, you are wrong. You are wrong. We must always follow the correct safety procedures. Ndlovu, no.
Oh, I think it's smart.
No.
Like you tell us, people, no one is watching, man. No one will see us, man. Man, please, my friend, it's a favor for me, man.
Ndlovu, we must do the right thing even when no one is watching. That is integrity. And integrity is one of our values.
Oh, just because you speak better English. You think you're clever.
Come on. No, Ndlovu, you are speeding. Stop, Ndlovu, before you cause an accident, please. Ndlovu. Ndlovu, please don't answer that phone. Ndlovu, you are driving.
Hello, sweetheart.
Sweetheart.
Honey.
You. Amasimende. Ndlovu. That was close.
Yeah, we almost company property.
Ndlovu.
You have to see this, people. I almost bumped at the back of that parky there.
I warned you, Ndlovu, but you don't listen. I told you to stop speeding. And I told you not to answer your phone while driving. You don't listen, Ndlovu.
I'm sorry, Safety. I'm sorry. I should have listened to you, Safety. From now on, I will never speed again. From now on, I will never drive and talk on my phone ever again. I almost caused an accident.
And I almost shit myself, Ndlovu. Ndlovu, let us turn around, do the right thing, Ndlovu. Turn around and follow the correct journey management plan.
Okay, I see.
Angakaki. Let's go. Ndlovu. You almost killed us, Ndlovu.
Thank you for being a brother keeper.
Ndlovu, I am responsible for my own health and safety and that of my co-workers.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, speed kills. If you drink and drive, you're a killer. Don't drink and drive. Keep to the speed limit. And please always fasten your seatbelt before too. No talking on the phone while driving.
And remember to plan properly because proper planning prevents poor performance.
I can't hear you, man. Just stand there.
Proper planning prevents poor performance.
Give it up for the Hilux. This Suzu. Thank you very much, Chance. All of our faith. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wafetu, for joining us on stage. Wafetu, safety is easy as ABC. Come on, say it. Safety is easy as
ABC.
Always be careful. Ne? Safety is easy as
ABC.
Let's finish it up. Guys, in unison, everybody must say, if you're not saying it, you're a rotten potato. Please. With power, what's up? Safety is easy as
ABC.
And
always be careful.
Hey, what's
In man. What problem?
Yeah,
Oh. Yeah.
Can you see clearly?
Yeah, I see you.
Okay.
Yes.
You know what?
What?
The power line to the workshop is faulty.
Okay.
And we must repair it before the end of the shift.
What are we waiting for? Let us isolate and lock out.
isolate and lock out. What was the safety for? What was man? What was
Isolate and lock out. Isolate and lock out.
What's that?
Lock, tag.
And check. Test.
It's testing.
Are you testing?
Yes, Nduna.
Are you testing?
Yes,
Test,
Nduna.
man. Thank you.
It's testing. Yeah, Nduna. Let us conduct a risk assessment for the task at hand.
A risk assessment?
Yeah.
Oh, you said this people, we don't have time. Time is not on our side, safety people.
No.
It's almost shy time.
Nduna, that is not the correct procedure.
Oh, man, safety people,
No.
we will do the risk assessment as a homework.
Aye.
Or we will do it in the bus.
No, that is not the correct procedure.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
I see. Yes, it. Yes, it. You seem to forget that I am a senior electrician. And when now you are just a junior safety rep.
But that doesn't give you the right to bypass safety procedures.
Yes, Citizen. Tell me something, Citizen. Tell me something, Citizen. Yes, Citizen.
What?
You think it's smart, eh?
No.
Citizen, I have experience, man.
Experience?
Nothing's gonna happen to us, man.
No.
Fast. We finish this job and then we go home. You know, the next shift we'll see what they do.
No, that is not the correct procedure. I'm not going to allow you to do that. No. No? We must always follow the correct.
Come here. Let's talk. Come here. Tell me something.
What?
Tell me something. Do you want to work?
Yeah.
Do you want to work?
I want to work.
I don't want to work. If you don't want to work, Sissy, step aside.
No, Njovu.
Hey, wait here. Let me work. You don't want to work again.
No, Njovu. Wait, we must do this together as a team. Teamwork is essential. There is so much we can achieve if we can work together as a team by following all the correct safety procedures.
Tell me, CPC, are your children going to eat safety procedures?
No.
My children eat peanut butter and jam for breakfast. Not zero harm, man.
Oh. We are going to achieve zero harm if we follow the correct procedures. We are going to gain zero harm, Njovu. Safety begins with you. Bypassing safety procedures will not be tolerated here. And according to Section 23, I have the right to say no if the conditions are unsafe. And I have the right to refuse if my supervisor is giving wrongful instructions.
I see.
You see what? No.
You want to report me?
No.
You want to tell the manager that I'm giving you wrongful instructions?
This is not about the managers.
What is it about?
Njovu, remember, an injury to one is an injury to all. Yeah, change your mindset, Njovu, please. Now back to business. We are done with isolation and lockout, right?
Yeah.
Now about the risk assessment for the task at hand. What are we doing?
We'll do it.
Oh, we are doing it?
We'll do it.
Okay.
I guess it's the right thing to do.
It is.
Risk assessment before you perform a task to identify all the risks and hazards and put control measures
against them.
Aye, simple.
Yeah.
Aye, man, you've been stretching my back.
I know.
Stretching my back. One day I will stretch your back too. Do you understand?
I understand.
And simple. I want to pledge.
Again? Oh, Njovu, no. You are full of games. You are always pledging. Still, you are found on the wrong side of the law.
Take it
always.
Take it easy, safety people, man. You know what, safety people? I got used to taking shortcuts, you see.
Now you're getting used to pledging.
Not really, man. Not really, man. You see when you do things, man, over and over again, you get used to it.
No, Njovu,
right,
Njovu, listen to me.
Yeah.
You know, here at FEM, we have one of the best safety systems. And these systems will not be effective if we do not apply them. Let us choose to do the right thing. Let us choose to follow the rules. And let us choose to achieve zero harm.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Njovu, you are full of games. Yeah. Yes. That's the one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, all of them.
Inspection, done and dusted. Yes. One day, I will stretch your back too. Everybody, let's stand up. This is the last kick of a dying horse. Siaham. I'm responsible for my own health and safety and that of my
Co-workers.
co-worker. Yeah, let's be in twos, in pairs. Yeah, I'm with safety seat. Get your partner, get your partner. Yeah, get your partner. I'm with safety people. Yeah, let's be in twos, guys. Yeah, we are closing now, Buffett. We don't have much time. Yeah, safety people, are you ready?
I'm ready.
But your skin is hanging, man.
Fix it.
Why? You must use. What are you using?
I'm getting old.
Suntan. Getting old, eh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, guys. This is how we remember the concept of brother and sister's keeper. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Hang it. Now we're gonna sing also. Safety. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Scratch my back. Everybody, scratch my back.
I scratch your back. Scratch my back. I scratch your back.
Scratch my back.
I scratch your back.
Now we're gonna make a turn and scratch each other's back. Ne? Yeah. This is how you count it. Let's show them. 5, 4, 3. What's that mean? Scratch my back.
I scratch your back.
1.
Scratch my back. I scratch your back.
10.
Scratch my back.
Scratch my back. Where are you going?
Oh, I thought you were going to scratch my back.
Mine.
Sorry. But you've been wanting to scratch my back.
Oh.
Now scratch my back.
What's your name? Sipogas.
Sipogas.
Oh, Sipogas. Okay, I turn around. Let me scratch. Scratch like this, ne?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it for the last time.
Yeah.
I'm starting with you.
Okay.
5, 4, 3. What's that way?
Scratch my back. I scratch your back. Scratch my back. I scratch your
Turn
back.
around.
Scratch my back. I scratch your back. Scratch my back. I scratch your back. Scratch my back. I scratch your back. Scratch my back. I scratch your back.
Thank you, my friend. Let's see for Mr. Cynthia, my friend.
Good afternoon, everyone. I had actually planned and rehearsed my greeting as a good morning. We are slightly late, we do apologize. Before I start, can you please give another round of applause to Mr. Z, Industrial Theatre. My name is Nomawe Tu. I look after the marketing and communications department at FEM. Today, I am here to talk about zero is no accident. I'm sure you've been hearing a lot about the zero, but I need you to listen clearer when we speak about being intentional about zero is no accident. At FEM, we firmly believe that every accident is preventable and that an industry with zero incidents and accidents is achievable. Why zero is no accident, you might be asking yourself. So as FEM, this is our marketing campaign that we've been using as a vehicle to drive the messaging around health and safety in the industry. So we said as a team, how do we start breaking down what zero is no accident actually means to everyone, whether you're sitting in corporate or you're the man in the ground or on the ground. So we said, how do we then use our stakeholders and other things that we can leverage off as a company, as a brand, to drive the message home? So zero is no accident is FEM's commitment to leveraging of our influence and promoting 100% commitment to health and safety in construction. It's educating around the pitfalls that are in our industry in construction. It's engaging stakeholders like yourselves and reinforcing legal obligation around COIDA. And it's rallying public support for excellent and sustainable workmen's compensation. And lastly, which is very close to our hearts, it's committing 100% to changing lives. So who benefits from zero is no accidents? So we said we all know what the statistics say. How do we start putting faces to these stories? How do we actually start bringing families, which is definitely one of the pillars that are affected by zero is no accident? A family represents the foundation of self, and as such, we agree at FEM that family is everything. And we will go to great lengths to support the preservation of family, one breadwinner at a time. So here today, we've got a few individuals that I will introduce to you. And we will start off with Mr. Prince. So please listen to his story, and I will call him to stage at the end of my presentation so that you can meet him. And I want you to remember and keep this close to your hearts to understand the impact that accidents have in workplaces.
Oh, I am Rutendo, Prince Bogana. I am now 39 years, and then I live at Chiawa State, Chiawero, Midway. I have got a family. I do have a wife and two very beautiful children. I had two accidents, unfortunately. The first one happened on it was our first day at work on the 11th of January 2011. As you can see, mostly my left side. My eye, as you can see, it is still not very much okay because there's always water. It's always like in tears. Because like now when I go outside there, that's when you'll see how it reacts to the sun, to the wind, to the dust. It's always like this. Now I'm living like that. I know it's a norm for me now. I just have to accept that my eye is always going to be in tears. And then my two ribs on the left also, my hip, and then unfortunately the spinal cord. If I could tell you with my first injury, it was mostly caused by like my left eye. It was because we were sitting into the bucket, and then there in front we got some tools, box of tools, the buckets and stuff like that. And then what gave me this cut, it was a trowel that was like this into the bucket. And then when our car bumped at the back of that one, and then I went through there and then straight into the bucket, and then it happened just like that. I had some plates in here and they had to be removed. Hence, this is happening now. If people loves you and they see something bad is happening to you, they cannot relax. It was a stress that I would say that now my family is experiencing because I'm not okay. And they were doubting if I'd ever be okay again. First, you know, if you are a man, you've got a wife, you've got a daughter who is young, you need to go to school and stuff like that, and you do not have that real income. And then sometimes life becomes very difficult because you have to pay the rent, you have to eat, child need to go to school, and you do not have much to provide. So that's, I think, was an appeal. As you can see, I got a scar on my head because I went through the canopy outside, from the car outside. It was just that experience that you sometimes feel like maybe you're never going to be the same again. With me, the reality being, for sure, life has never been the same because now there is something that you could do now because this and this has happened. You cannot do them no more. Otherwise, with the family, you could see that they are very stressed. You could see them not relaxed. You could see them sometimes asking them questions if you're going to be okay, and you yourself also, you're worried about that. Because if you're a provider and sometimes you doubt if you can manage to do that again, and then it becomes something else. You sometimes feel like less of a man. But because I went through, I know I've got the experience of what could happen to an employee if health and safety is not considered. Then when FEM called me to choose a course, I did not think twice. I told them straight that I want to do health and safety. As I'm talking to you now, I'm a qualified health and safety officer.
Story, ladies and gentlemen, show people go to accidents in the workplace. And I'm sure we see then the difference and the impact that it actually makes in real lives. All right, so as part of our campaign, we made a call to the industry and we said, how do we get commitment and support and get people to actually pledge and show their support not only to the campaign, but to their commitment to zero being no accident. So we've got an initiative called Flag on Site that we've been running, where we've created and produced some zero is no accident flags that have now been proudly put onto different sites right nationally around the country. So I do want to show my gratitude to NBA North and WHO and other stakeholders who have supported us in this initiative, and really want to pledge that and ask that we get more flags being put around. And then lastly, when I talk about industry support, with me today, I've got a zero is no accident canvas. And can I please ask that we do a physical pledge and form of physical commitment and sign on that zero is no accident canvas. We'll put it in the foyer whilst you go for lunch. If you can please put your name, put a signature, and put your company, and let us make sure that we've physically committed and pledged to ensuring that zero is no accident. And as I conclude, again, going back to why zero is no accident to us at FEM. So I've spoken about family, but I think we all know that zero is no accident impacts both employee and employer. Employers not registered for workmen's compensation could suffer financial ruin in their businesses. Of course, getting to zero will not happen by chance. It requires purposeful planning and a concerted effort by the entire construction industry to nurture positive change in behaviors, attitudes, and perceptions towards health and safety. And then lastly, as I go off the stage, I would like to play one more video from France. Again, France's story, can you please stay in your hearts and minds whilst we look at our efforts that we put in health and safety in our own companies.
My name is Franz Valoy. I'm 36 years old. I'm from Katleng, South-East Sinai. It was a very good day from work. It was on Monday, the 2nd of March, 2015. We were coming from the site. We were coming from the park to Joburg. So me, every day I'm jumping off there by Clip Refer. So before the off-ramp, the car had a front puncture. I was at the back with my colleague. The buggy didn't have a canopy, so we flew up when that buggy rolled. So that is why I got injured on my head. They said I'm brain damaged. So my leg wasn't moving, the left one. So each and every moment they were injecting me with a long injection from here to down. I was on a life support machine. That life was very strict because in my room, I had 2 securities because I was alone in that room. So I mustn't go up and down. I felt very useless because I was watching the nurses going up and down. Me, I can't even take myself from bed to down to the toilet. I was still in pain. I'm not fully healed because even now, when it is sunny, my eyes are coming red. I can't see very far. Even now, my left leg is not working like the right leg. At home, I was staying with my mom only. So it was very difficult because she's always indoors. So I must go up and down to the shops, town, for my neighbors, my friends. Before the accident, they was taking me very seriously. So after my accident, they take me useless. It affected me very much because I'm no longer doing the things I used to do before the accident. I'm feeling useless. FEM gave me many courses to choose from. So I chose good footing driving. So one day I want to be a driver so I can see the whole South Africa. The program helped me because I wasn't good enough to think for myself. I learned many things from the RAP programs. To be patient, accept, ignore if you have to ignore, respect, and apologize. Last month, 11 August, I was doing the testing in Alberton, so I passed. Now I do have a temporary license, so I'm waiting for the card. After my code footing lessons, I'm feeling happy. I think now my dignity is back, because now I can walk anywhere.
You would have noticed both Prince and Franz referring to the reskilling and upskilling program that we run at FEM. It is a new initiative that we've introduced to the business, so please do visit our website to learn more about the work that we do through that program. I'm sure you have seen the impact once again into real lives. I would just like Prince and Franz just to stand up. They are my VIPs today. Can I please ask them to stand up? And please, guys, during lunch, if you can just please go and say hi to my VIPs. Prince and Franz, please stand up. Thank you, everyone. Please, I'd like to encourage you to visit our website, our Zero is No Accident website, and our FEM website to learn more about the campaign that we're running. We're using through the line communication to drive the message. So from outdoor to social media and other digital platforms. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Norma. I think everybody is, I know we've exceeded our time quite a bit, but we are now officially closing. We'd like to thank everybody for making the time to be with us today. There are CPD points that you will get for attendance for those that need them. Those online, you can, once you've registered, we'll check the register and make sure that you get those points as well. We'd like to thank our speakers. I think it's been very insightful, and we're challenging all the leadership teams across the industry to really buy into the Zero is No Accident campaign. Zero is definitely possible, and I think one life is definitely one life too many, and one disability is one disability too many. We will be having a short meeting outside. If you can join us, those that can stay. But thank you to everybody here and for making the time, and our speakers most importantly. And FEM, we really hope that the work that we do continues to make a meaningful difference. And thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Have a lovely day.